Hey, hello everyone. Hope the sound is good today. So please tell me in the chat, and I'll start the commentary here. Let's just. All right, I'll just. Okay, sound is good. Thank you, Greg. Okay. So I'll start the game just to replay the moves here. Actually, this opening with 3-4 points is becoming more popular. So immediately after we started researching with AIs, there was a period where just about everyone was playing star points, I think, and just about no one was playing these tight corner enclosures, the knight shimari. So like it was a position where we had started to assume that you had to play a big shimari like this or like this. And personally, I always liked this shimari, so I played a lot of this, and I can play this one also. But recently, some people have been changing back to the small shimari here, or the one space shimari is actually um, very popular also. And so when you play this one, you have to be ready for the attachment, which is also a very popular new joseki. So I won't go into that today because it's sort of a tangent. But yes, these small shimaris, provided you know what to do with the shoulder hit. So like black does not necessarily push or crawl against the shoulder hit. Like it was automatic for us to do one of those two moves before. Nowadays, black can play some kind of a pincer, extension, or playing away. Or if the right side is developing into a moyo, sometimes black will play a capping move. So black has a number of responses, and the way people use them have changed. So that's one of the things that it seems to have allowed some people to play the tight shimmer. And it's better in some of the openings. So like sometimes it works better. Let's see, I'm not really I'm probably on dangerous ground, but like an opening like this maybe. There are cases when the knight's move shimari actually works better. And I'd be pushed if I tried to explain exactly why. But yeah, there are some cases where it does work better. So it's a more solid shimari. I guess that's the main point. So white played a low card, and black played this pincer. Okay. The wine could actually be someone. So that's Janice commenting about a whine that some people might be hearing. I hope it's not too bad. It could be my computer processing the video, so it does whine a little bit. Okay, so let's see. The high pincer here is one of the more challenging josekis to understand with research using AIs or neural networks, that is. And that's because, to start with, white has a lot of feasible ways to play if white plays a local move. So I could show you some local moves. Jumping out is a move that you can play in just about any board position. Okay. So in any board position, you could jump out, or you could play this move. These two would be relatively safe. One of these two would be relatively safe. And you might expect something like this, where white would continue with either this one, or maybe extending here. Wedging here is also a josei. So white would have this kind of choice. Or if white jumped out, if white was going to continue playing locally, white would have the option of playing some kind of a pincer on the side. The old joseki was the pincer here. And in modern games, you see white playing a variety of pincers or playing away. So just jumping out and playing away with something like this actually gets a pretty good score with computers. So it's really the number of variations, the width of the possibilities makes it a very difficult joseki to have a full understanding of, and everything that white does, it sort of depends on the full board position, especially if white chooses a move like this. So this is the more dangerous type of variation, where you have to figure out what happens if black pushes through and cuts. And so this is going to be more of a tactically complicated variation. At this point, white still has a number of options, like extending here and covering here, and then cutting here or jumping or covering. And so there's a number of variations, and all of them fill something like a quarter of the board. So it's super complicated reading, sort of like I would compare it to the Flying Daggers joseki in its complexity. And it's actually more complex in the fact that we're starting out with a large number of potential moves for white. Just to add one more, another local move that white could try would be this one. This one depends a lot on ladders and also on the black stone on the third line there. In the upper right corner will make a difference if, for instance, let's see. It makes a difference in variations like this, where black can curl around and connect up to that stone on the third line. So having a black stone on the third line there is also relevant. That makes the whole thing pretty complicated. White played away. So playing away is actually one way to deal with that, and black kicks here. So I don't see black playing on top so much anymore. This would be another local move that would usually be okay. It would allow white to have a life in the corner, something like this. Well, for instance, this one is the easy one to understand. So in this case, this would make a living shape. And again, it's sort of tricky because sometimes you see white play here and capture the cutting stone. If black plays on this side, then white would be able to jump out. So white does have this way to live inside the corner, and it means that kicking here is the more active, aggressive way to try to attack white on a large scale. And white played this strange kicking move. So this is actually a move that's relatively new. I don't remember seeing it even when I studied this joseki with an AI, with Katago, a few years ago. And now I'm seeing it in the suggested moves. So I'm thinking maybe it's some recent development. It seems to be pretty universal, and that I'm seeing it in various places, not only just Katago. So it's sort of funny the way it seems to happen simultaneously with different computer systems. I had thought they were sort of independent from each other. And so black extends. So that makes sense. The idea with white kicking here is that white's the other option, local move, would be probably to extend here, in which case black would be getting a kind of a high position on the bottom side. Maybe a fight something like this. I would be able to get out. Moves like 5 and 7, I would consider them to be almost always forcing, and white could play on top like this. And the idea with black 4 was that black can play towards the side when black gets surrounded like that. In this position, black is getting a very good position towards the lower side of the board. So that would be how it's working for black. And so in the game, when white plays here, white's playing more forcefully towards the pincer stone to set up this move, which is pressing black down to at least the third line. So if black had played, had crawled, yes, let's scroll in the diagram. If black had crawled, then maybe something like this would happen, in which case black would be crawling along the third line. So black plays here. So this is a kind of a weak point in white's shape. White could have filled a liberty, but then black would curl around here, and eventually black might actually answer once more here, but would later have this p pair, which would be very annoying. So white has bad shape. So white pushed, and this isn't very good shape either, but white did have to connect. The other option was to play a hane underneath. In which case, if black had answered it, that would have created some cutting points in black's shape. Even if white backs up here. Black would have a lot of issues on that side, and also the fact that this is going to be a big move for white. So that would sort of gain a move, gain a tempo, you might say. I can use some chess jargon here. So if white were to play that move, black would probably wedge here, and we would get a variation like this, which I've seen AlphaGo suggesting as the best variation for both sides many times, and black would play some kind of an extension on the side. Maybe low, I don't know, maybe on the fourth line. So I would assume that white did not like that. The fact that white got cut off and that stone at 016 was not really functioning very well. And so he connected. So locally that's bad shape, but he is putting the corner into, putting pressure on the corner. Progo Baduk Weichi, showing up every time. Thank you very much, and thank you for the donation. And yes, so black got good shape on that side, towards the right side of the board. Black got good shape with this sagari, which is forcing. It does sacrifice something towards the corner, though. So black got to fix the shape towards the side and also play this slide from the corner. So that's the choice that white made with connecting here. When the option was to play on this side, black wouldn't have allowed that to be a forcing move. So that would be a completely different game with black extending towards the bottom side. Since white chose not to go into that variation, it allowed black to play this vital point, the shape move here, which gave black good shape on that side, and also the slide hit. So black's playing a lot of moves. We do have to remember that white stone on the second line, R15, that's a very valuable stone that does take away black's eyes in the corner. So after white played here, black did need to add a stone to the corner. And white extended. So I've caught up with the game, I believe. Yeah. And for the time being, black doesn't really have that cut because it's going to be a double attack. So this would not be, let's see, pushing through and cutting here would generally not be good. Even though black can capture two stones on the side, it's just not worth it. I guess white would play pincer somewhere around here. And so they could leave it at this point. So black has various potentially forcing moves. I'd say just about anything towards the center here. So obviously this is center. It would be threatening to push through and cut. But more indirectly, probably any move in the vicinity is pretty threatening. So like even if black plays something like this and then pushes through and cuts, black would be maintaining a fairly good position towards the right side while chasing white out. So this kind of fight would be a bit painful for white. White would be giving up the stones on the lower side and pushing out into no man's land and just losing points on all sides. So if any move in the vicinity, this white would probably answer this one here. So black could be thinking of playing local moves, or black could be thinking of playing a move towards the top left corner, which would be maybe this one. I guess I would probably go for the kakari, and some players would go for the 3-3 point. At this point, humans really have trouble saying what move towards the upper left corner is best. I'm sure a computer would give a different score. It's probably not big enough for humans to worry about. Okay, so I've caught up. So looking at the chat, that's Daniel Briggs asking, it's a fairly slow game then. What are their timers? So they actually, I'm a bit confused because the server that I'm looking at has given them 3 hours, but I think it's given them too much because the tournament page says, the home page they have, it says that the players have 2 hours each. So they have 2 hours each in basic time and 5 sets of 60 seconds after that. And it's a Chinese tournament. This is the, let's see if I can pronounce it. It's the Quzhou Lanke Cup. And so that's the Lanka part. I think that's one of the names for Go. And Quzhou is the place it's being played, and they have a whole building dedicated to Go. So they've been doing a lot of events, and they're calling this the first, although they have done a number of tournaments before. I think they're starting a new kind of a series of tournaments this year. So this is going to be the first year that is. Okay, so black played an extension on the side. So this is establishing an area there on the right side. I guess it looks like a reasonable move. I was thinking of an approach move towards the upper left. This might also be a kind of an indirect threat against white on the bottom here. So this stone will be useful later on when black tries to attack white. So even, I guess we could make it the direct push through and cut. Which might be slightly more effective. I guess black would jump in here. So you can see how the marked black stone, the triangle there, is a pretty important stone for, as far as defense is concerned, for black. So a safe move for white would be to add a stone here. That would be a safe way to play. I'm not sure that the previous diagram was one-sided though, so white could be thinking of playing away. P9. P9 seems slow. So this is Lord Spoon from Twitch saying P9 seems slow. I wonder how it's going to affect the game. It does seem it's a position where I was sort of, just from my experience watching the way modern Go is played nowadays, they don't really play to the center of size like this very much. So I'm not surprised it looks like a slow move too. And it is, yes, James Sedgwick, as James says, it is a territory-oriented game. And territory-oriented games, they still do work. Only people don't take them to the same extremes as they used to. So people used to just take territory and then dive into the opponent's moyo. And AlphaGo Master actually showed us some examples of how that just doesn't work. And it was sufficiently easy to understand that it seemed to become a bad strategy for human games also. So people don't go to the same extreme. I think black has probably, at this point, has probably come to the limit of where he's going to focus on taking side territory, and he's going to be moving more to the left side of the board after this. So I think you can take it to this extent without having an AI too much upset with you. Yes, so Lord Spoon followed up by saying not to know my authority on pro-level moves. But yes, the point is, I think that, like, if you have spent a lot of time looking at historical games, professional games from centuries ago, or even games in the 20th century, this extension on the side would look pretty normal for you. So, like, people would say, like, if you have a two-stone wall, I'm talking about the black stones on the 13th line. These black stones. Let's see. This should, yeah, you could see that arrow. These black stones here forming a wall. they say a 2-stone wall merits a 3-space extension on the side. And the 3-stone wall can sometimes be a 4th space extension. So that's when I say 3-space or 4-space, that's the number of spaces between the black stone on the side and the wall. But a 3-space extension quite often fits with a 3-stone wall also. So as far as an extension on the side is concerned, it's a very normal move. The O14 group is it's something like 30 points, I'd say, and that's Victor Ivanov asking, is it worth saving? And yes, it is worth saving at this stage of the game. There's some stages where it would not be, but it's still worth saving. Yes, so this is going unexpectedly slowly. It'll surely speed up later in the game. The distance of white's extension. Okay, so white did need some kind of a move to reinforce that white group. So let's go back a few moves. If white had played away, black would be able to attack this group. So in this case, black would not be pushing through and cutting, but would be playing from the outside. For instance, something like this, threatening to cut next and curling around on the outside. So the point was that black needed that stone in the corner here to make that possible, because otherwise he would be in danger of losing the corner. So for instance, if black had done that one move early, then this would be potentially painful for white, but actually the corner is in danger, so it's not going to be good for black. So this would lose the corner. So the moment black protected the corner, white needed to protect against moves like this. This would be forceful also, but I think maybe just playing here and here. This would actually, this would be similar in that black needs the marked stone, the stone with a triangle on it. Black needs that stone to really make this work. Otherwise, like in a position like this, white would be able to jump in and kill the corner. So black did need that marked stone to be alive, but when black has it, you can see there's danger of black capturing the whole white group in this variation. Unless black finds something even more effective. So that's a really dangerous variation for them. PhD Tony, thank you very much, and thank you for your donation. So the distance of white's extension. White had a number of options. White could have been defending against the cut more directly with a move like this. I think that would have also been possible. But it's a good sort of fit with the Shimari in the lower left, I think. So I would have been thinking of a closer extension, maybe something like this, or the game move. So I'm not sure. I think they're very close to each other in validity or value. Let's say. Okay, C6. C6, yes. Okay. Lord Spoon is thinking of C6. That's a valid move. Black could play there now, but he did. Okay, so white played here. White Shimari could have been either one of those ones. So white played here. Yeah. So this is reducing black's potential towards the top side, and I guess the next move for white would be somewhere in the middle of the side. So white would be thinking of doing that. So this was a position where white could have added a stone to this group in the lower right, but he did not. So it could be that black's going to try something towards the bottom side. But it's going to be really difficult for me to actually suggest anything. It's going to be a complicated fight if black tries anything new. So like black could try, if black tried a direct invasion on this side, then white would just protect the cut and move out towards the center. And it's not clear that black would be actually able to attack in this variation. If black plays any move here, it's going to be forcing. So black has a number of choices, but the 3-space extension is close enough that black's not going to be able to break it in two. So for instance, if black plays here, then white can answer like this and establish a connection. So whether or not it's a connection or not, it depends on something happening on the left of that for black to be able to cut this off. So that's true of this variation. It's also true if black starts with this. It's a very similar thing, only white has more options. But if white plays this way, it's going to be very similar in that it's going to be difficult for black to cut that off. So black might try to set up something like this from the left. So that would involve some kind of attack here, which again, it's an area where there's a lot of white stones, and I guess I just don't know what's going to happen. So like something like this, locally it's not going to work for black, but it could sort of connect up. Black might have to play e7 a bit earlier before the left side heats up actually, but it could sort of connect up to an attack like this, where black would be trying to capture white on the. So like this would actually, I don't know. I guess it would work to an extent, but it's not really a clean kill even then. So yes, I'm not sure about this. But it might not be working when I do it, but playing from the left like that and hoping to set up something in between these white stones is an idea. Okay, if white played around p9 first, p9 is this point. The black stones seem to be on the run. So p9 first would indicate maybe with this stone. So if white had played p9, the problem is that anything in the vicinity for black is forcing. And actually white's really potentially in trouble here when black plays moves on the outside like this. So I sort of doubt that white would have time to attack black because white's going to be in trouble first. And this point, so like I was at some point suggesting moves like this or like this, which would be threatening white, and they would be forestalling any kind of a pincer that white might play on the right side. So for the time being, if white plays some kind of a pincer, black does have the option of surrounding on from above, or playing here would work also. And white does have this weakness in the lower right, which is going to get in the way of white succeeding here. All right, Rick Rubenstein is asking about the shoulder hit at n4. And it can be played in a position like this. I'm not sure how that would turn out. Locally, black would probably push here. Oops. Locally, black would probably push here. But black could play away or play some kind of a pincer on the side. And so it doesn't work in the same way as it used to. And so in this position where black does have a majority of stones, local advantage on the right side, maybe he was a bit cautious about them. And I don't think it's really a Shin Jinseo-like move. Shin Jinseo has white in this position. He's not really the player. I don't think I see him playing this shoulder hit very much anyway. He really likes to play the solid moves like this one he's just played. Okay, black immediately played this attachment. White may have a weakness at g16. G16, yes. Thereabouts. Okay. It's committal. Okay, that's an interesting comment by PhD Tony about white may have a weakness at G16. So, yes. So black invading at G16 or thereabouts, but isn't that rather committal at this stage of the game? And that's the kind of thing a strong player from last century would say. So that's the way we played the game back then, even when I was young. And before that, of course. They didn't believe you should start the wild fights so early in the game, and you should have the opening points played first, in general. So it's not that they didn't do that, but in general, they kept away from that kind of variation. And so moves like this, or like the move that I was thinking of before, black attaching on this side. Oh, sorry, didn't get into a diagram yet. So moves like this, setting out for a threatened kill of white's group in the lower right. There was the feeling, especially hundreds of years ago, when Go was becoming a very refined, they were developing Go very quickly at that period. They had some ideas that this kind of immediate fighting was the mark of an experienced player. But the way people play their game has changed a lot. And it's more common for people to be very active from the beginning in their games like this. So much more fighting, I would say. And fighting like that was maybe the exception up to about 50 years ago, and it got gradually more wild. And now with computers helping us research the game, it does get even more active early in the game. So it's what PhD Tony was saying here is actually it would have been a sort of common knowledge before, but it seems to be gradually getting out of date, as you said. Yes. But that's true of me also. So you have company. Okay, so let's try to figure out what black is trying to do here. That is something that I need to figure out. So usually when black plays an attachment like that in an area where there's more white stones than black stones, white's going to play a hane-sama. Okay. So shall we hane on top or below? Okay, let's see. Let's get back to my diagram here. Hane on top. So I guess black's going to use this one here. And let's see. All right, so black has an implied forcing move here. Like a move like this or a move like this is forcing because it indicates that black can connect up to the corner. So, for instance, that works when white does something, well, it's not working for white on top either. So, yeah. So that wasn't a very good example. So even if white plays here, let's say black will now play here and crawl. If black can live on the bottom side here, that means that the white group in the corner is going to die. So something like this, or like this maybe. So this is starting to look pretty bad for white, however black does it. So I guess this would be good enough. And the cut here, it's not a big enough problem for black. Black can deal with it for the time being. Maybe even pushing a bit more. Okay. Okay, so he played a hane on, so that saves me from making that diagram. Okay, so in this case, black is going to try to connect up to the corner maybe. So black can try to save that black stone by connecting it to the corner. So black has two ways to do that. there's the way that does it with one move, but gets into a kind of Dame-Murray. So that would be, that would be this one. So there's this one that does connect it, but it gives white a forcing move here. So white wouldn't do that yet, but white would have a forcing move at 8, which black would answer here. So that's why I'm not playing it yet, because it sort of loses something there. But it would mean that looks like white has an advantage in this fight in the center. Okay, another local move would be to go down here, which would leave the weakness here. So the weakness here. And it would leave a kind of a weakness here, which would be sometimes annoying. But eventually black's going to need another stone there to connect out. So eventually black needs this stone to connect to the corner. So in this variation, it could be that black would be thinking of, in some cases, sacrificing the 2 stones. So for instance, if something like this were to happen, then black would be ready to give up the 2 stones in exchange for some thickness towards the center. This might be something close to an even result, actually. Or black can try this in this case. Black could try capturing the 1 stone, and white can connect underneath. See, I'm doing it. Black can capture. And so this is threatening to cut still. So if white plays here, oh, where's my pointer? Okay, here we are. If white plays here, black does have a cut here, but it still involves the double attack. So it's still sort of difficult for black to make that work. So I guess this would just ultimately be forcing from the center. Maybe at this point. So forcing from the center and forcing white to protect the lower side. So something like this might be the best that black can expect. Okay, so they're stopped here. Okay, and James Sedgwick is giving us some AI information here, and the AI doesn't like it, and seems to think that white can connect one way or another. Indeed. So that sort of agrees with what I was just showing you. And PhD Tony says, is the idea here to see whether black can get some stones that will allow him to choose an appropriate invasion on the left. I think black has pretty much given the bottom side to white. And for this variation that I was just showing, let's show it again. I think it's more an idea of the center, black's control of the center. So for instance, I would probably use it in combination with something like this, trying to build the right side towards the center of the board. And it could be that since black has sort of given the bottom side to white, it would actually make it easier for black to try to use moves like this, to get some forcing moves towards the bottom side. So maybe something like this. Nowadays, they don't do this one so much, because although this would also be a way to play forcing moves, there seem to be so many variations in which this is just not enough. The potential life in the corner is not enough to make black happy most of the time. So maybe something like this. And then usually black would play towards the left side. So black might play this part way, but I think it's probably in this position where black has got some thickness, some strength towards the center. I would want to use it in a fashion like this. So to build the center, to make a big black moyo, rather than reducing the left side immediately. The M8 stone, let's see, it could potentially make some trouble in the corner. Yeah, but not the type of trouble that a computer really worries about. So let's see. So that's actually Morgan All is asking about the corner here. If white gets a stone at M18. So white could have played 6 here. And you know, I'm not sure that a computer would attach so much value to that. But to a certain degree, that is true. So after black plays away, okay, let's see. Do I have a diagram here? Yeah, I am on a diagram. So yes. And we'll assume that, yeah, maybe white should push through here first. And sort of, yeah, well, anyway. Something like this. Let's assume that pushing through at 6 is covered at 7, and white plays here. This is going to be potentially a problem for black. So if white plays here, it's going to be a seki. This is the best seki. It's not a big deal. In this case, though, let's see. It's sort of like a seki. But black would have to play this move to start with. And white could avoid the seki. This is just such a distant ko that I wouldn't worry about it yet. But actually, the seki variation is pretty painful for black because it would give white this sum. And white would be able to reduce the right side black territory. And it would also it would make a difference in the case that white cut here. So this would be one example of how white could push black around. White can actually get something involving a ko if white plays here. It's going to be pretty distant. So like it would be a ko like this, which would take a long time for white to win. And it's probably too early in the game for white to be actively going after this. So in an actual game, you might see white play up to this point, maybe this way. And then after black made a choice so this would be a kind of a ko-like situation also. This would be trying for a seki. This is about where white would leave it for later in the game. So there is some troubles in the corner. But I'm not so sure how quickly white will try to take advantage of that. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Okay, so obviously this is trying for a better way to connect up. So just going back, when black connected up this way, white had an implied forcing move at N16. So white had a forcing move here, which made it a lot easier. So for instance, if black plays here and here, white would always be able to rely on this to connect up before capturing the ladder. So for example, having that as a forcing move is extremely valuable in this fight. So with this, if white covers on top, black has accomplished a similar thing without this being a forcing move. So it could be compared more, maybe it's better to compare it with this variation, in which case black would be connecting up using 2 moves. Only white has more freedom of how to play move number 2. So white could play it maybe here, or at the very least here. So this is probably best, of course. But in which case white would be getting 2 very effective moves. But when black bumps against here, it's a bit less clear that white can play this way. So in this case, black would have to cut there. So if white played here and here, black would be able to capture these stones on the right. Oh, okay. Rick was 1 step ahead of me, so expecting that move. Okay, so what other choices does white have? So white could try to sort of revert to that other variation by playing here. Let's see. Sometimes I have trouble finding my point. So if white plays here, white would be trying to revert to that other variation. So if black pushes through here, then white would play here. And this would be the same squeeze as I was showing you before. So the value of that, what was compared to this, would be that the squeeze is more direct. So if white plays here and black pushes through, then this comes as an Atari, and so the squeeze is a bit more direct than it was before. If white does the same, tries to do the same thing here, it's not on Atari. So in this case, I guess black would have the option of playing here and at least getting opponent. This would be a huge difference than being squeezed and forced to connect in a dumpling. So, and white would end up connecting it. Or if white extended, black would be able to play here and capture white's group on the right. So even though white played here, the group on the right would be dead. So this would be, it would be a difference of a tempo. So this is one move that could be considered. So there is the possibility of at some point playing here, and the lower side becomes so big that white probably has to answer that. So a fight like this, I guess white would be doing something in the center. This is a case where it might actually be okay for white to sacrifice that group on the right. So it became slightly less than 30 points, and white was getting a lot towards the bottom side and the left side in return. So this is maybe an example of how this, I think this would be, my gut feeling is it would be okay for white. Okay, let's get back to the game. Let's see, any other moves for white? So I don't think I like connecting, because not only did black quickly get to connect underneath, but the fact that the liberties of white's stones here filled up, it's sort of troubling. So it makes a difference. For instance, it would be making a difference in this variation, where black would be threatened to push through here, or this variation. So I don't like the way white has the liberties filled, and I would be trying to find a more indirect way. So I would say my first choice would be this move. One of these moves might be an idea. But in this case, it's pretty clear that black's going to push through here. So something like this. Probably okay for black. So I like the Hane better. I'd say this is one of white's options. If white plays here, then this would be going for a slightly better shape. So these bamboo joints are doing a better of connecting out to from the group on the right to the center. So maybe let's see, something like this or like this. So this would be doing a better job. I shouldn't sit up like that, should I? Better job of connecting out to the center. So maybe that's an option. Or if black pushes through here, black's shape on the right is not so great. So something like this. It looks like this is a fight that is not unambiguously good for black. It's a fight where black does have to worry about that stuff in the corner. And the group on the left has a false eye, so it's not necessarily so strong either. So this would be a fight where it looks like white could have an even chance. Okay, so that's what he did. So he played the bamboo joint. Let's just move back one move. White played the bamboo joint. And so black connected underneath. And so white's, maybe white's going to play another bamboo joint. Going straight down. So going straight down would be that variation where black probably goes after the white group on the right. Okay, so this one. Going straight down. I think in this case the bottom side has become sufficiently important that white's going to have to do this. I mean, it's going to, the white cannot do this and capture the one stone because this is going to be big enough. It's going to be a pretty big profit for black. So white might play the cut at 5, but would have to return to this. And so this would actually be better for black than the variation where I was showing white playing here. In which case, white would be getting a slightly better position on the bottom, I think. By just the fact that white captures the stones instead of giving that point. In this case, black would be playing the turn. Or they would be staying on the board. Like if white had played the hane here, I guess they would stay on the board. So it's a small difference. Yeah, it's a small difference, but the fact that these two black stones are still there on the board means that, although remote, there is some potential for them to play part in a future fight. Like if black filled the liberties on the outside at some point. So it's a small difference between this move that I was suggesting and this move. So it's pretty similar, I'd say. Okay, white played the bamboo joint. Okay, great. All right, on Twitch, enter 1K4T, INTR 1K4T. Good morning. Wouldn't it be better to let white connect underneath and you to connect on top? Right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think actually I would have liked that better. But black is trying to attack strongly here. Yes. And it looks like he already understood it from the previous commentary. Okay. I thought black was going to extend towards the center. But when black curls around here, this is creating another forcing move after that. So after black curls around here, if white plays out towards the center, then black is going to have another, black could extend, black could jump. Black is going to have another forcing move towards the bottom. So that's what black is doing here. Black could have extended. So like I thought maybe he was going to extend, and he would still have potentially a forcing move here. So like this would be threatening to play here, which locally is a problem for white. But white, let's see, black does have to be careful about the race to capture. So like for instance, in a position like this, it would involve black stones in the center. So for instance, this would capture the stones that black has in the center. But that said, black would, white would have to eventually defend the side here. So black could have extended and have had that forcing move. But he chose to do it in a more direct way. So if white answers that, this would be the shape. And this would give black a slight speed up towards the center. So even if black was really adventurous, he would play here. Looks a bit dangerous. So like this would be the safe shape move. And it would be giving black a kind of a boost towards the center to have played that exchange there and being able to jump instead of the extension that I was talking about. So in the case that black's an extension, you can see that whether white plays here or here, white is one step ahead of black. Whereas if black plays this way and white answers it, and then black is going to be one step ahead of white. So black has potential here to sort of surround white. White might be able to capture that black stone, this black stone that I'm pointing at, and make some eyes maybe, but that even might be a bit tricky. So white doesn't really have time to be answering on that side. Let's see if I can capture it. So I'd say that I'd expect white to jump out. Okay, IG2D must be equal to Dan. Thank you very much. Saying thank you for your pro commentaries and giving me a gift. So thank you very much. I've got the chat right out in front of me, so I like to think I am seeing any questions that you shoot at me. I might get caught up in whatever I'm doing at the time, but usually I should be able to see questions. So Lord Spoon is talking, let's see, I guess if black is content with giving white at the bottom, his aim might be to break out into center on this side. So sort of, yes, to reduce white's potential. I think the object of this attack would be to sort of control the left part of the center. So just to make it, I'm in a diagram, I think. So something like this, maybe something like this, where black would be creating a strong group on that side. He's pretty much forced to at this point. And white's group on the right would be forced to make a living shape or move out. And in the process, black would not only be settling that group on the left, but black would be probably trying to turn the right side into an actual territory. So at this point, it's an area that's controlled by black, but it's not a black territory yet. So black's going to be trying to, there's not any glaring weak points in black's position on the right, but that will probably be one of the objects of black's attack in the center. Okay, so white did jump out. I think the question here is what shape black's going to choose here. So like I was showing the jump. Playing here is also like liberties can be pretty important. So like a solid extension like this is a better way to make, if white jumps, black gets another push anyway. So white might play here. But it's a better way to get a group that has plenty of liberties. So like this black group has 5. This black group, the fact that it only has 4, it means that eventually there's going to be some problems, potential problems when white gets close to it. These 3 black stones have a limited number of liberties. So it limits what black can do in the wild fighting there. So there's an argument for this move. There's an argument for playing a bit more actively, just to force the shape here. And then you have to think what happens if white does something like this. It might give black some extra speed towards the center if black's lucky. So that's just one example of how it could work. So he jumped. So in this case, he's looking more, rather than these moves on the 5th line that I was talking about, when he jumps out here, he's looking more at the moves on the 4th line, I believe. So at the very least, moves like this or moves like this, and more actively it would be a move like this, where it's sort of a kind of a replay of what black was doing on the right here. He would be looking at moves like this, where he's trying to put even more pressure on white. And if white plays the hane, so now that requires some calculation, but black could probably have something like this. So it could be that black is looking at something like that, So just to give the game move, maybe immediately, or maybe after a little bit more reinforcement, Black is thinking of this kind of thing. So if we look at a direct, the strongest move, of course, would be this one. And it looks pretty dangerous for White. In fact, it looks like it's just dead. So, yes, so this one, and it's just the idea that Black would be maybe getting something towards the corner. Or at the very least, Black will reinforce the group in the center. So something like this. Sort of a replay of some of the diagrams I was showing on the other side of the bottom side. So the right half of it. So there is that implied threat. And if White answers on the bottom here, Black is still thinking of trying to surround White from the center. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to the game here. Okay, just to talk about the game itself, it's I believe it's 2 hours apiece, in which case it looks like Shin Jinseo has used about 1 hour of his time already. And Zihao has used about half an hour. So we'll probably find out when the time comes if it is actually 2 hours. The homepage that I researched to get the information about this tournament did say that it was 2 hours apiece. So that should be their basic time, and they have 5 sections of 60 seconds. So 5 1-minute overtime. And it's 7.5 points. So that's the komi, is the Chinese tournament, Chinese rules. L13, I13. I think it's I13. I always have trouble telling between an A and an L and an I. Okay. I am 13 yo. So that sounds almost Japanese. Was asking, is it, let's just go with risky. Would you consider I13, which was the jump that Black played towards the center, more risky compared to first leaning on those 3 white stones and then jumping out? So that's the comparison of the game move, this one, with playing here first and then jumping out. So actually, I think the game move, now I see it, is better, because this it loses the extra potential towards the bottom side. So it simplifies things in that it's just going to be a fight between the 2 groups in the center. So it's the black group and the white group, and the bottom side is already finished. So when Black jumps out in the center, like in the game, it's still a fight between the 2 groups in the center, and Black is trying to sort of curl around White and surround the white group on the right. But there's this extra threat that Black is sometimes going to be threatening. Let's see, let's make a diagram. So then in some cases, Black is going to be threatening something like a more severe attack on the bottom side. So this bottom side importance is, of course, secondary to the center. But the way Black is playing here is trying to make it as important as possible. So making the attack here more important is giving White 2 things to worry about. And so increasing the potential danger for White. And so we see White answering on the bottom side here. When White does that, White does get a better position towards the bottom side. But and black did not immediately play in the center, but he's eventually going to play in the center with something like this. When black does play in the center, he did get one step in front of white, so he's got a local advantage, that is, in the center by giving up something on the bottom side. And the bottom side, that's territory, so it's important, but it's not so immediately changing games. It's not game changing in that it's not going to change how the fight in the center develops. It's not participating in the fight on the right half of the board, whereas the extra distance towards the center that black is getting here by sort of curling around white is probably more important. So I like the idea of leaving that threat on the bottom side, and when white answers like that, black does get an extra move towards the center. So this is sort of reminiscent of something I was saying before. When black is established and sort of given the bottom side to white, like black did in this position, attaching it to 3-3 point is something that can be done. So it's really difficult for white to actually kill this by playing here and here. So in order to kill it without giving black any forcing moves from the left side part of the board, white would have to do this. It's not easy for white to actually kill this. So black would have this forcing move, and it would get messy. At the very least, black would have implied forcing moves from the center of the board like this. But it's probably worse than that. It's probably just too dangerous. So let's see what white did. So yeah, white covered here. And this means that black is getting a forcing move. So when black plays here, white could have extended. So this would have been stronger towards the center, but it would have left a living shape. So black would not be doing this immediately. Black would be alive with this. Or if white plays here, black would just play here. So black will live, and it's worth about a difference of about 20 points. But it's just not worth it yet. Black would leave it at this point, and just remember that this can live at any point. So at any point to the end of the game, however many moves white gets towards the side, now it's going to live at any point. Black can live in the corner. So that's pretty. And if we assume that black's going to give white the whole left side, then it's going to be very valuable. So it sort of depends on how the game continues, whether this is valuable for black or not. But when white plays here, white is taking the corner and is giving black that extra forcing move from outside. So black does get this forcing move free, and white gets the corner territory. And in this case, the comparison is that when white eventually plays a lot of moves to surround the left side, obviously this is not a realistic diagram. It's not a realistic expression of what's going to happen in the game, because white wouldn't be able to play away from the center like that. But when this happens, now the whole area is going to be white's territory. So that's the choice that white made with this move. In this case, white's taking the corner territory for the time being. And if eventually, it's going to happen a lot later in the game than I was just showing you, but if eventually white does take the left side, the whole area is going to be belonging to white. If white had played this way, that would have been refusing to give black a forcing move from the left side or the center, whichever way you want to look at that move, that black would play at the point of 1. But white would be sort of giving unconditionally the right for black to have a living group in that corner. So that's the choice that white had to make that choice at this point. So that's the choice he made. Okay, so now black is taking the offensive in the center. O13. N13. N13, okay, yeah, that's an issue. So there's this cut at N13. Okay, that was Ben Valentine. So there's this cut at N13, and if black tries to save this stone, obviously it's not going to work. Black could try to sort of pretend to save it, and then try for a squeeze. So like this would be probably very good for black. That would probably be a success for black, the squeeze. So black would just squeeze with something like this, and white would not be getting an eye. The problem would be that maybe white's going to extend here, and then it would there would be various threats. So like there would be the threat of this move also, or a move like this, and there would be the threat of the fight in the center becoming much more dangerous for black, and the fight on the right, though these three black stones here, they're not so strong either. So there would be at the very least, something like this, with the fight in the center becoming a one-sided attack, with white attacking black instead of black attacking white. So black probably is not going to try to save it. So that's what I'm trying to say here, but can sacrifice from outside. And so the issue is this going to make two eyes for white, or is it going to be sort of messy? So if it's probably going to be a bit messy. So if white plays here, and we assume a position of something like this, it's not that white cannot live, because white sort of has a forcing move here and can eventually play something like this. But it does take a lot of moves. So that's why black can afford to leave that cut, and is probably not going to save the stone at N14. So it is going to be, in some cases, it's important. It's going to be an issue. But it's not necessarily going to be a success for white if white is going to capture those stones. So that could be part of black's plan here, to sacrifice that one stone. Okay, so in the previous diagram, black sort of got to surround white, and white was forced to play a number of moves, actually, to make a living shape. So black, let's just look at that once more. So black ended up with a fairly strong position on the outside. And yes, the way I did it was I played the Atari, but that was probably just meaningful in that I was trying to show what was happening with white's eye. It might be better for black to simply cover here. Yeah, so the timing of this is sort of tricky. Let's say black doesn't have time to play it, but it's still going to be okay for black. I'm just going to add another stone to the center, or at least I would. Maybe this way. It's just that it's sort of painful for white to be playing on the inside so much here. And black is getting a very good position towards the right side and eventually the top side. So I like this kind of variation for black. And I think white would rather find a way to break out. So just to look at it very simply, for instance, something like this. So something like this with the idea to break out in the center. If white can get a line of stones jumping out into the center, then eventually black's area on the right side of the board is not going to be secured in this variation. So white wants to find a good way to move out in the center. I think that's what he's thinking about at this point. Okay. Okay, that's right. Mr. Jumping Point, that's exactly what I would say. That's what you get for playing h15 as white and allowing black to jump at j11 first. Exactly. You might assume that Shin Jinseo has a plan, though. But exactly that's what black is saying right now. Basically, the way black is playing is he's making that point. He's using that move that white played at h15 to get a little extra space in the center and to surround white. p14, p14. Okay. Oh, going back to p14, isn't it good timing, or white missed something in the sequence? I don't know. It looks like I'm not sure who's winning this fight after all. So I think a lot depends on what happens now. And it looks to me like white does still have some room to try to move to get out. And so white has territory, black has an area. I just say it looks even or undecided at this point. So I'm not sure. So that was Manu Brasilier. I hope that was close to the correct pronunciation, and was asking if p14 was was bad timing, or did white make a mistake in the sequence, I think was the question. And so that goes all the way back to this move that white played at p14, which is an unusual move, but it can be played. And I commented at the time I saw this move, even just a few months ago, I was not seeing this move being suggested by AIs or neural networks. But recently, I started to see it. So it's interesting that they all started suggesting this move at the same time. And now we're seeing it in professional play. So back to the game position. So yes, so it's white's turn. It still looks like Shin Jinseo has used about 1 hour of his time. And I'm just looking at the clock on the server here. So it's not accurate. I don't actually have a picture available of the game itself. So, or the players. So, I'm not sure, but it's a good estimate. So it's like the clock that I'm looking at is related to the time the operator put the game moves into this particular server. So there's a slight delay, and it's not completely accurate. Okay, so this is what the Japanese Morphgo is asking, what server am I using? And this is, in Japan it's called Yugen no Ma, and I think in Korea it's called Cyberoro. And it's sort of confusing because I think overseas it has a different name again. But it's a Korean server, and okay, if I put the clock on the screen, it would mess up the right half of the view here, so I'm not going to do that. Sorry. But I can keep you up. It's an estimate anyway. Okay, so yeah, wow. I did not see that move, but so this is basically white saying that he does not want to cut, but he does want to leave the option there. So he's sort of threatening to cut depending on how it turns out. So for instance, in a position, I could create a position where it would be okay to cut. Maybe something like this. So this would be a position where it looks a bit better for white to be cutting there, and white's sort of sticking out into the center with a peep here at this is 011, and some annoyance for black also. Again, when black pushes through here, now black's going to be really worried about the Damazuari with these two stones, and it's going to be more difficult for black to be closing white in. So this is an example of how white's move could work in combination with a cut. So obviously we have to think of the possibility that black's going to protect against the cut. So for instance, something like this. I would assume the idea is that white's going to play here. And so white's sort of using that stone as an extra stone towards the center. So like in a position like this, white would even get that. White has this forcing move at any point. So white's connected up there, and white could play here. So this is an example of how that marked stone, the stone with a triangle on it, could be working to make a more efficient way for white to be moving out into the center. The tricky thing about this, let's see, okay. Okay, so if black plays here, let's try this one. Okay, so in this case, I guess white's still not going to cut. So this way, I think white's going to play here and here and use it in this direction. So this would be able to break through the center. Or if black plays here, now eventually white does cut. And it's just the 3 stones here, they're getting short of liberties. So it would be much more dangerous for black. Let's see if I can do something. So for instance, this kind of diagram, it looks like white's probably going to capture those 3 black stones. So yeah. I think that's how white's going to use this marked stone, is by trying to set up the breaking out in this direction, which would be a pretty forceful way of getting out into the center. The ladder at I-12. Yes, the ladder at I-12 is good for white. That's a good point. So that was Rick Rubenstein. It will come into play, but I think it was premature up to this point at least. So if white had played that, the ladder would have been good for white. So that's an important point. But at the same time, he would be, by allowing black to, I don't even know if black is going to play at 6, but assuming black plays at 6, it will gradually become more and more difficult for this group that white has on the right to escape out into the center, just because there's more black stones in the way. And black seems to have enough room on the right side. I mean on the left side. Sometimes I get that wrong, so you can correct me. But black seems to have enough room on the left side to survive. And pretty soon black's going to have enough liberties to kill the white group anyway. So it could turn into a semi-race to capture. Or if black didn't like all that shortage of liberties that I caused here, it could be that black was going to... this would be the more wild variation. Black just keeps on playing on the left, and it's going to curl around here. This might be a more effective way for black to play. And white's still relatively going to get into trouble on the right. So although white I-13, that's I-12, sorry. White I-12, the ladder does favor white. It could come into play. The timing is going to be really important. So it sort of figures in with that diagram I was showing with black playing here. So for instance, if we make a diagram like this, that cut, the ladder variation disappears automatically. But if we say white plays something like a variation more like this, then white would be looking to play that maybe fairly soon in this case. So that it would be still a threat in this case. Okay, so black did play here, and white played here, and black didn't want to do this, black didn't want to do this, which would sort of fall into a trap and allow white to break through out into the center. So black is still trying to enclose white from the center when black played here. White cut and black played here. So black is continuing to try to enclose white from the center. And white will have opportunities to live. So how much white does sort of on the side before white does that is the question. So again, the ladder favors white. The ladder favors white. So I could make a diagram to show white living. So it would be, this would be forcing. And the question is how far does white go in this variation? Because white can already live, but black would be happy to get a strong position in the center. So white could do this, but white might want to try to make pushing out first a valuable move. So let's see, how would white do that? So for instance, this kind of variation, like hypothetically, it could be a thing where white plays like this and will eventually be. Actually, this is probably not working. It's probably kind of a net here. This would be a kind of a net, probably not so good. There's some weird stuff here. It's probably just going to be bad for white. Yeah. But yeah, things along that line. Let's see, let's try this one now. Sort of combine it with this thing. Yeah, it's sort of tricky, isn't it? So this it's not going to be indefinitely forcing. So at this point, black would just capture these stones and sacrifice the 4 stars. It doesn't really work even if you assume black connects, does it? So yeah, this was not quite connecting up to something that worked. Maybe something more like this. This would be giving black a lot, but it would be kind of a move. I do have the feeling that white would like to try to make some trouble for black. Although white does have that, the way to live would be probably to play this one. And yeah, my question would be, can white play here first? So maybe something like this. And again, we have that net to worry about. So if white plays here, this is going to be a net. Oh, no, it's not, is it? In this case, black is running out of liberty. Was black out of liberties before? So it means that black had to play a honey here maybe first. And then black's going to be okay. Okay. So now black's going to be okay. Otherwise, if black had not played that, there would have been the bumping against it. Would have been a bit annoying. Yeah. So in this case, yeah. So the extra liberty would allow white to push out. But it does look like black can get a in this variation. Yes, so white would just connect here. Now it's not a getter. So this is getting interesting. So like in this case, it would not be a net because white could capture here. So disregarding the fact that black can probably play this exchange with a forcing move before 8. Sorry, got the move order bad. That was bad. But capturing here, basically the fact that it's forcing makes this good for white. So a variation like this is actually a possibility where white would, at this point, white would have the option of thinking of playing something like this. And if black tries to kill everything, it's a bit dangerous for black also. So like this kind of variation, there would be this kind of move. And the group on the left isn't alive either. So this is dangerous for black. Yeah, so I would be thinking of this move, and I would be hoping to find something on the right to do first. Okay. Okay. I think I'm caught up with the questions. Yes. Right. So yes. So people are commenting about white clearly invites black to play at L12. So that's CAA XOB1. And that was what this move was doing. So it's a kind of a neat move. Okay, I should get back into the game. Okay, here we are. So this is kind of a neat move, the marked stone here, leaving a space for black to jump in and sort of setting a trap. So if black plays here and pushes through and cuts, then white can break out into the center. So that's kind of a little trap that white set up. Obviously, black's not going to fall into it, but so it makes it a kind of a shape for white to play. And it included capturing this black stone. So that's going to, potentially it's going to work to give white two eyes. It's just that giving white, making two eyes is a bit painful. So that's the problem here. So like if we didn't want to play that ladder variation, white could bump against black here, and it would have the same effect. White would end up living here. But even say black plays at 6, this is a very solid outside influence thing that black gets out of it. It's pretty valuable. White only got 5 points. That's a fairly small way to make two eyes. So white would like to find something a bit more effective here. That's what he's thinking about, I'm sure. Okay. I tried that move. It didn't seem to work very well, but yes. The kind of thing I was hoping for. So let's here. There's a potential race to capture on the right, but for instance, pushing here, it's just not going to do it. So in this case, this would be the squeeze here. So it's sort of fun to do, but it's something that a professional doesn't really even have to think about. So it's pretty automatic. And trying to avoid it, it's not going to work really either. So this would lose anyway. And this would lose anyway. No, excuse me. This one is a bit more complicated. So in this case, actually looks like white's going to win. So this would be a win for white. And in this case, white would be able to capture the 3 stones. And in this case, it looks like white has at least a 1 move, 1 liberty advantage, either way. At least. Yeah, so this is going to, so for instance, something like this. White would win this one. Okay, so black did not, maybe that's why black didn't cut. So black played here, white pushed through. Black's still trying to enclose from the center. So it's kind of a sketchy way of surrounding white, but it leads into that syzygy I was just showing you, because if white pushes through and cuts, then black can play here, and black gets that squeeze. So it's actually, it turns into exactly the same shape. So that was kind of a key point for black. So I would say, I would guess that maybe this is the move that black was preventing. So like, I showed you this one where white seems to capture 3 stones, and I didn't show you this one yet, but this one, it could be problematic, depending. So like, this is actually a possibility for black. Black would eventually have to back up here, and back up here. But then white would be in trouble, so black would do it this way. Was the idea. So white, obviously white is going to connect here. Was going to connect here, but before he connects, he wanted to heat up the fight in the center. So to a certain extent, to a degree, it's working for white. So black pushed through. that means that white's going to get a double threat. So did he play a move? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So he plays here. He's threatening to break out into the center. So if black plays here, that would defend the bottom side, one of these moves. But white would break out into the center. So this looks like, it just looks like the right side is not going to hold together. So this would be really dangerous for black on the right. With a lot of the liberties filled up, it looks dangerous. So he's sacrificing 3 stones. White gets to capture 3 stones, I think. Wow, it's going to continue. So if black had played here, it would have been relatively easy to understand. So white would have just captured the 3 stones. If black connects here, it's still easy to understand. White captures the 3 stones. So maybe, okay, white connected. That's going to be forcing. If white cuts here, maybe black's going to come underneath here. So if white plays here, it's going to be this way. Everything is connected, just barely. And it's really painful if black gets to play this move, because this would kill the white group. So white's probably, that's why white connected it too. I believe he connected it too. Let's see where he played. Let's take a look at the game. Oh, he hasn't played yet? Yeah, he connects here. So that's because if white cuts here, black does get to push through here once, and that would take away white's eyes. So this would be a dangerous fight. So the stone at black 2 is, not only is it taking away white's eyes, but it's also reinforcing black in the center. White might live with this one, but it would be relatively painful, I think. This life. Or if white extends, I guess black would do this and then squeeze. Yeah, so it was sort of messy. I wonder if black could have connected here. So if black connects here, that's this one. Black usually has 4 liberties, so he has to cover here. And what is this? Sorry, this way. Wow. I guess it's holding together. So black, looks like black would win this one by 1 liberty. Kind of a, yeah, it could be a distant ko, but it's probably not working for white. So yeah, let's just make the ko for the sake of it. Yes, so it's going to be a ko of some kind, because white cannot connect all those and still win the race to capture. White would eventually lose. It's a crazy variation, but yes. So I think the bottom line is that if white cuts here, then it's just too much to pay for black to get this exchange, which would kill the white group on this side. And the ko would be, this would just be connected, and anything happening with this, it's not going to be decisive. So even if black covers here, which is the relatively simple variation, it's going to be a painful way for white to try to make 2 eyes. So that's why he connected here. So this is making use of the shortage of liberties in the center. So therefore, if black, I think I'm caught up. Yes. So if black plays on this side, because there was, it was sort of worrying, then black has a shortage of liberties in the center. So even if white does something like this, or we could play Rick's ladder variation, so this one, and these 2 stones on the right could be creating a potential problem for black. So this would be, it would be a fight, but white would be alive as it stands already, because he has that marked stone. So white already has the living shape. And yes, would be looking to extend at M9 here. Very complicated. So he's looking at that damezumari in the center. So it was either that one where I played here, sorry, this one, or white can cut this way, which is a bit weaker as far as eyes are concerned. That's why I wasn't choosing it. It's a stronger attack on black, but white's not alive on the right yet. White needs one more move here to establish a life. So in this case, maybe white would be just forgetting the idea of living and sort of going after that black group for the time being. So it would be exciting, dangerous. So instead, black protected the center. So this does not yet kill the white group. White can still, locally, white can live with this move. Which is, of course, like a move like that, that's only worth about 1 point of territory locally, is usually pretty painful. So, okay, maybe this one. Yeah, I think black's just going to do it this way, which would connect underneath. So white has to stop now. White does have what looks like it could be a life there. Sort of tricky. So if white plays here and here, it's going to be a bit troublesome for black to try to take away the eye, just because the ko is going to involve the life or death of the black group too. So like this kind of ko would be, it would not just be white that was in danger, it would be dangerous for black also. So white does get away without playing that. Maybe white's going to get away without playing that move in the center and can play it instead this way. Slightly more fun for white. Black J13. Okay, so just locally, so with the move that black played at J12, I was saying he's allowing white to live, because locally white can play here and here and here to have two eyes. So actually black J13 would have, locally it would have killed the white group. So white can play here and still only have the 3 stones inside. So while that is true, let's just leave that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have played that. Well, yeah, one of these two. It does make the cut here quite forceful. And we have to remember that, for instance, if we look at it this way, this is a forcing move also. So when white cuts here, white has all these forcing moves in the center. So for instance, this would be forcing. White could start from here. And white still has some more forcing moves toward, well, for instance, this would be threatening a ladder like this. Now it would be a ladder. Or white could be playing moves like this. And that would reinforce the white group also. And so there's a question of whether black's going to be okay here. So black is in severe shortage of liberties. This could be a bit dangerous for black. So a variation, something like this, where black actually, if we assume white is going to play this at some later time, black has only about 4 liberties yet and needs a number more. Let's see, black needs at least 6 liberties to win the race to capture. So, although it's complicated, I would say my gut feeling is this is just way too dangerous for black, although it does kill white locally. Okay, so he played here. Usually black's going to be happy if white is forced to add a stone to that. Okay, so this fight, it looks like it could be coming to an end. So if white adds a stone, locally at least. Okay, well, he didn't add a stone. All right, so now what happens? So again, it looks like it could be some kind of a ko on the right side. Right, the cut at L12. L12? Right. Well, I12. I believe he means I12. Yeah, I always have that problem. So the cut at I12 is still there, but yeah. So white could have played there. Like this would have been the safe move that would have lived with the white group, and it would have left a cut, since the latter does favor white. But he apparently felt he didn't need to do that, so he played away. And the question is, what happens if black plays here, obviously. So this is, locally, it's not alive. Black could even play this one first, if he's really committed to trying to kill the white group. And it probably has to do with everything with the potential eye here. So for instance, in this variation, one thing that white can do is play the cut here. And if black takes it, white gets an Atari here. And this is bad for black. It's already a collapse. So black has to go after the 4 stones. White gets to squeeze from the side. And now it's alive with the 4 stones in Atari. And so in this case, white would have been playing this exchange at an early time. And white got an extra stone. That's K4. So this is one example of how white can live. I think it maybe is. The other one would be white playing here, not giving up anything. And trying for, this would be a ko though. So like this ko would be, this is, looks like it's not alive, unfortunately for white. Yeah, that's not alive. So this would be a ko. Dangerous for black. Because black is going to lose something like 20 points there. So maybe white could even play the ko. This is another possibility. So this would be not giving up these stones towards the right side, taking as much territory while he tries to live as possible. The stronger way to play. And sacrificing the 4 stones is kind of, it's the Tesuji problem answer that avoids the ko, but does give black a really nice, a very solid shape towards the right side. Actually, I think it's playable for white because white did get an extra stone on the top side, and the right side was probably going to be black's territory anyway. But in actual play, white might try to do it this way with the ko, because the ko is pretty dangerous for black. And if we assume black doesn't do it immediately, white can always live with Sente. Or live with a 16-point move waiting to be played, that is. Okay, so that's my explanation of how white is not actually going to die. Bukulis 100 saying hi. PhD Tony says, yeah, white got that up. White got sente. So yeah, that is amazing. Although as you saw, there's like some bad aji, you might say. It's not really big. It's not 100%, it's just for the time being it's difficult for black to do anything about it. Okay, that's a good question. MorphGo is saying, now that the fight is over, do you like black or white more? It's pretty close to even, I think. But yes, white did get sente. So didn't have to pay anything, actually. So I'd probably feel okay with white, but black is very strong towards the center. So I'd say it's close enough to even. Now white has to add a stone. So white's gonna maybe play, let's see, that's J13 or J14, one of those two. Okay. Okay, so maybe black will connect, maybe not. Um, okay, so I think someone was asking, is the left side going to be big now? And maybe yes. So maybe the left side or black could start with the top side. So white has extended fairly deep towards the right with that stone. So black could potentially like invade there. Um, so if black is going to play on the top side, it would be, for instance, this move. Or if he wants a bit more to be on the safe side, he could start with this, with the idea of jumping next. Or even if white plays here, black might jump in. So getting that extra stone on the left would be a relatively cautious way for black to play. In actual play, white might actually be just ignoring that shoulder hit. So this would be kind of safer for black, but it would be giving white a bit more space also. So yeah, we're back to the game. So playing here would also be a way of attacking white. In positions like this, if white plays an attachment on the third line here, white usually gets away with it. So like something like this. Usually I would assume that white's going to be able to make some kind of sawaki. But you might note that I'm not making any more of a diagram. I would probably get bogged down in diagrams if I tried to do that. There's so many variations that could happen after this. But the general idea is that white is trying to make a shape, or white is going to try to sacrifice. I'm making diagrams after all. Sacrifice some stones to get a position on the outside, a strong position. Okay, so black could invade the top side. Black could start stuff on the left side. So the left side is getting relatively important as the game proceeds. So at this point, where will black play on the left side? So something like this is conceivable. I don't know. I would still be thinking of the top side. There is the fact that these two stones here, the two white stones, if white eventually connects out to those two stones, it would change the status of the black rook. So there is some significance in those stones. So attacking on the top side first would potentially get rid of that threat. So I would still have a tendency to want to attack on the top side. M10. M10, yes. So sort of what PhD Tony is saying here, I think. Okay, the sound is breaking up. I don't know how that happened. It could be my voice. Okay, so it's a change of pace here. Oh, good. Yeah, it was my voice then. And if you're hearing squeaking sounds, they might be the birds outside. They're sort of singing. Okay, the clocks say that Zihao has used an hour of his time almost, and Shin Jinseo has used an hour and 20 minutes. So the time is getting closer than before. Okay, that was a solid move. But as I was saying earlier, um, when white is trying to make shape, attaching here is always something that happens. So it's a pretty big move, which is threatening to invade the top side next. So conservative, I would call it. It's kind of a very solid move that I would have trouble playing. Okay, that's a good question, PhD Tony. Is the sort of move that suggests black thinks he's ahead. Um, I sort of doubt that in this position. Um, it's sort of hard to calculate these positions which are depending on outside influence to catch up. And white does have an advantage in territory. But it's the kind of move that players who like territory would play. And it's a very solid move. So there's always the danger when you play the most active move here, a move like this, that white makes sabaki inside, and it sort of backfires with white getting a lot of stones towards the right, and maybe towards the center in this case. And black's invasion at one, it turns out to be maybe an overplay or a bit too adventurous. And you can see how it's sort of, playing from that side, it's going to push white towards the right side, which was potentially black's territory. And so there is some danger associated with these attacks. And there is the fact that white's group in the upper left corner is relatively strong. So it's going to take a long time for black to set up any kind of attack against white in the upper left corner. And so compared to that, this is a very steady move, which is taking the profit and looking at shapes like this, where black is going to create a line, a lot of territory. So if black gets to play at 2 next, then we can imagine a line of territory connecting up to the center where black has a lot of territory. So these areas, they can be invaded bit by bit as white sort of slides in, or black can sort of draw a simple line like this and suddenly have a lot of territory. So it's actually a lot more important. This line here that black is drawing is more important than it might look. It actually just, all of this open space here, otherwise it could have been filled with stones of both colors and just turned into no territory at all. So establishing the territory here can be very effective. So it's the threat of doing that, or if white plays away, so white played an intermediate move. So if white played away or something, then maybe black would be playing. This would be a much more serious thing where white would actually be in danger of losing everything, losing most of the space to the right of that black stone at 2. So white would be playing something much more passive like this. And black might even be even more active. So this would be a problem for white. So this would be, maybe playing here would be a bit too passive, allowing black to play here anyway. Playing here would be an active way of trying to set up an escape route in this direction while moving to the right. And jumping here is similar to that. So this is the game move. Similar to that, only it's not so far to the right. So it's much better in regards of connecting up on the top, because if black plays here, this is already a capping move. So white can play here, white can play here. White immediately has the upper hand in this local fight when white has jumped at the marked point. And white's not so far into the black area. So like black still has options of trying to surround some territory here, which he will do later in the game, maybe not immediately. So I was sort of thinking maybe white was going to play this one, but the game move, it's not so far to the right, but the fact that it's close to the center is showing that white sort of has the idea maybe he's going to move out with these 2 stones at some point. So sort of making that threat on white's part. The left side is really big. Okay, that's Mei Li Yinhua saying that it's interesting how urgent the top is, and that's just because black has all these stones creating what might be called a dead end in the center, so that when black does invade here, it's sort of pointless for white to try to escape towards the center, because there's this strong black group waiting to block white, and white end up being surrounded. So the fact that black has that strong position in the center, it increases the value of an invasion on the top. So that's why it's kind of a special case. So your intuitive reaction that the top side should not be so important after that, that's caused by the fact that it's open underneath. So for instance, if black plays here, it's more of black territory on the second line than it is white territory on the top. So it's not so big as in territory. So usually you would look for the wide open side, which is the left side. So you usually would be looking at this side of the board. Very natural to do that. So it's a kind of a natural feeling that works in most positions, but in this position where black has this huge kind of wall in the center of the board, it's more urgent than usual. So that's my expression for that move. Okay, he did peep. Maybe he's just going to play the one peep, though. And he slided. When he slides here, he's still thinking of attacking that white group. So in this case, I think he's... By that stone on the second line is actually... it's going to take part in an attack. If black plays a shoulder hit here, that stone is actually, it's sort of blocking white from connecting up underneath. So like, for instance, in a shape like this, it would be, black would be able to connect up to that stone for instance, with something like this. So it's very important to have that stone on the second line. It makes a one move difference when things get exciting in that general area. And so even if white crawls, that stone on the second line will make the fight. It reinforces the black group, so it's making it that much more difficult for white to play this fight. For instance, in a shape like this, black's already connected up on the side. So he's sort of setting up that shoulder hit, whatever white does elsewhere. He's looking to play the shoulder hit next. Let's see, so in a shape like this, this would be putting a lot of pressure on the three white stones. But he runs in that direction, yeah. Strong players sometimes do that. Like they run towards what you thought was going to be your territory. It's very annoying for black because black was hoping that was going to be a black territory eventually. And the way it works is that this stone is going to help white make eyes. For instance, if white does something like this, it's going to be very difficult for black to be saving that black stone. So like in this case, white would be starting to make eyes there. In this case, white would be getting a forcing move here, which would change what happens on the top side. So, and also if black pushes through here, of course, this is probably not going to work for black because there's going to be a hole in black's shape on the other side. So yeah, this would just look very dangerous for black. And so by playing this move, which looks like it just in snap judgment, you might think it's too close to black's strength. It's functioning because it's sort of adding some eye space to the white group. And of course, there is the fact that it's threatening to save these two stones. So white needs just one more move. One more. Where shall I put a black stone? It's sort of unlikely for black to be playing away, but yeah. White's one move away from saving the two stones. So that's going to change the status quo. It's going to change the relative strength of the groups in the center if white gets to play that move. Right, Mei Li Yinhua is saying the peeping stone is feeling a bit counterproductive at this point. And there is that potential, yes. Sometimes you wish black had played the peep from the opposite side. Okay, black added a stone here. So he's playing very patiently. And it'll be interesting to see if white still protects the top. Oh, he didn't. That was quick. So he's sort of daring black to attack that group on the top. This is a point where white could have added another stone there. Let's see, somewhere towards... I guess white would make a connection to the corner. So, for instance, something like this. A connection towards the corner. And so that would save the relatively weak white group on the right, connect it up And we would actually, the left side, it's a huge area, but it's almost like that area turns into endgame because everything else on the board is safe, and we just have the left side, the final fight maybe, or it could just be turning into an endgame, actually. Even though there's so much open space. If you don't have any weak groups, I would tend to call it an endgame. So it would be a relatively peaceful way to play. It would actually be an indication that maybe white thinks he's ahead. So when he plays here, he doesn't think he's winning, but he's taking territory once more. And you might recall what I said about the exchange in the lower left corner. We could go back there. When we go back to this exchange, if white had extended here, sorry, that I didn't get a diagram for that one. If white had extended here, then this would have given black an unconditional life in the corner, which would not happen immediately, but at some later point in the game, sometime after the game move where white played here, after white controls the side. So like this, just for instance, if white plays here and one more move towards the side, I would say white has controlled that part of the left side. And in this case, the corner is dead. In the other case, if white had extended at C15 instead of cutting on the second line, then black would have had a potential to live in the corner. So that's the choice white made. And it works well for white when white starts to control the side like this. And if black had played towards the side first, then of course the Kikashi here, the forcing move here, it tends to work well for black. When black starts to surround the side like this, it's good that black has that extra stone at 1 there, which is helping black to make a position on the side. So when white has made that choice in the lower left corner of taking the corner territory, it does make this move towards the side relatively important. Okay, so black has started the attack. And so after white has lived with Sente in the center and played this large extension on the top side, and then in response to black's threats to attack the white group, white has been fairly greedy. So white has reduced black's area in the center of the board, and on top of that, white has taken this big point on the left side, inviting black to attack here. It means that if white can handily live with this group without playing anything too painful, it's probably going to mean that white's going to be ahead. White's going to be winning. From black's point of view, black wants to get as strong an attack as possible. So that's what black is going to try to do. Up to this point, black has been very patient, and all of his moves they might look very tight. It does mean that he has this power, pent-up power, which is ready to create a very strong attack. Just the fact that black has no weak positions, no weak shapes anywhere on the board. It means that black can go all out on this fight, playing stones towards the left half of the board now. He does have to attack very strongly. Okay, Jiao was saying N7. So that would be an example of a move that black could play here. But it's probably a bit too passive in this board position, where I think white is starting to get a lead in territory. So just playing an endgame move like this would be really big. It's the shape for black to play in this position because it does sort of set up the possible cut here. But probably a bit too passive for this board position. Black does look, I would feel that I had to play for a big attack at this point in the game. Right, so Kukulus 100 was asking if black didn't play at K2, that's the sliding move here on the second line. Then white L3 would have been less sente. He's asking with a question mark. And white L3 is the kick here that I played when I was making eyes for white. So this way of making eyes. You could say that. You could say that the kick would be less forceful if black had not played on the second line. But that doesn't change the fact that black sort of needs that stone to set up the shoulder hit on the left. So it's in any case, it's a necessary move. It does change because when black has played that slide, generally black doesn't want to extend here and allow white to break through. So, which is the way black would have played if the black stone on the second line was not on the board. Maybe black would have been playing this way. So there's a change. It does change the way that black can continue to play locally. But it's probably a necessary move. So let's see. A white curl. Black will probably continue with the jump, I'd say. Black has to continue with some kind of an attack. Obviously, if black can capture this white group towards the center, I would say that would almost always be a win for black. It does sort of depend on how much white gets on the left side of the board. Is G6 crazy, says Thumper. G6, let's see, where is it? G6. Ah, the capping move. All right, so I suppose that would be for white. And it's not crazy. So like if something like this was good enough, but yeah, there's still this kind of move might be troublesome. It's a bit too much for me to calculate, actually. Maybe this kind of move. White does have to be careful of moves like this. Yeah. So it's not out of the question. Not out of the question. Capping was an option. Once white is played here, I don't think he's going to go that far. He's going to play something closer to the white group on the right. So I did talk about the potential eye here. I think if white plays here, he still has that potential eye at this point. And so all he has to do is... Shin Jinseo is really good at this kind of stuff. So he's probably got a plan. I think all he has to do is make an extra eye to this direction. And then he can combine it with that eye on the right. And the idea is something similar to what he was doing with this group. The other group on the right half the board. He's going to try to make a compact life here that doesn't really touch the left half of the board. So he's going to try to maintain his advantage on the left side of the board with that stone in the center of the left side, which sort of indicates that he's going to get maybe half of the left side. So either the lower half part of the left side or the top half part of the left side. And he wants to keep the corner territory in the upper left corner. And so he wants to keep those areas stable. and live in the center sort of without really having a negative effect on those areas. So that would be White's goal here. Okay, W. Zhang is saying AI thinks White is 3 points ahead with a 75 chance of victory. Did Shin Jinseo out-research Black on the bottom right Joseki? So that goes back. Okay, first of all, 3 points ahead. Now, in a game that did not involve the life or the death of a group, like if we were in the end game already, that would be pretty big. So first of all, so there's two pieces of information here. It's 3 points, and it's 75%. 75% for human players, even at this level, it's not decisive. So like, if I had a 75% lead, I would probably think I was doing well. I would probably understand to that degree and not more than that. I wouldn't know how far ahead I was. I would not know, in most cases, that is. I would not know exactly how I was winning the game. So it's a relatively small difference. So we're still not sure of how this is going to turn out here. And the fact that if we have a huge universe of possible game variations in front of us, a large number of those possible endings or results could involve a dead White group here. So black winning by huge point values probably sort of skews that a bit, makes it hard to tell what the actual point difference is in a game like this. So I sort of believe that more strongly after the game settles down. But I believe the percentage thing, which I think is probably more accurate in this kind of game. Okay, so Black is cutting White off. That was pretty much forced. And in the process, White got to cut Black off also, or White has the right to cut Black off. So he's playing a very active way. He's threatening to counterattack against the Black group. So it's a bit more active than I had expected. But you can see, yes, Kukulus 100 was again talking about the K2 stone that Black played. It was functioning in this variation again because it limited the ways White could break through there. So it was limiting White's options. Okay. Morphgo was asking, if Black jumps to I4, what happens if White plays J3? So that's exactly what happened in the game. So I didn't get to it in time to tell you, but the question was exactly about this move. So what happens is Black does play here, and Black can cut White off, and like White can capture that Black stone. So for instance, if White were to play here and play here, White would capture that stone. But it's not all that significant because it sort of gives up that eye that I was talking about in the center. So this eye here, where if Black cuts here, he's going to lose stones on the side. If he doesn't cut, that means White has an eye here. It's actually usually better for White to make the eye on this side. And so it's not all that important that White has a potential eye here. White doesn't even want to make that eye yet. Usually White wants to make the eye on this side. It improves White's position in that part of the board, in the center. And so that's how it works for Black. Yeah. And he does have a potential connection underneath for the time being. Okay, that said, black needs to continue attacking. So let's see, just offhand, I would say pushing here and jumping. It was nice that MorphGo was asking a question and it was actually the move that was played. So that was a good question. Oh yes, so the second half of W. Zhang's question was, did Shin Jinseo out-research black on the bottom right Joseki? So that's actually something that is possible. But they both played a variation that I've seen before. So maybe they both had the research done there. Black just connected on the second line. So that's connected his group and created a strong position. So he's waited one move, and now his stones are all alive. He's going to attack the next move, I suppose. So that's another patient move. So going back to the first fight, the question of whether Shin Jinseo out-researched Zihao in this Joseki, I can only say I don't know, because as far as I know, this was, up to this point, maybe even this move, this was one of the valid variations that I've seen in my study using AIs. So I think I've seen stuff like this. And so it's probably, to some degree, I don't know about the overall position, but it's valid to a certain degree. So I'd say they both had researched this. And so they were playing something that they had prepared, basically. And especially in the case of this player with the black stones, he has usually prepared it in the context of the overall board position, so fairly deeply. So I guess I sort of doubt that Shin Jinseo out researched him in this Joseki, because they're both playing a variation that I've seen before, and in general, it's more likely that black has done the research for this opening. But I think I do get the feeling that Shin Jinseo outplayed him in the following fight in the center of the board, where white did get to live with Sente. And so maybe he did better than black in that particular fight. Okay, so this is a point where I would still be feeling very uneasy about that white group on the top. And white would like to find a worthwhile move that saves it. So like white could make a kind of a loose connection towards the corner with something like this, but it is a very flimsy connection. So it's sort of worrying for black to do this, because I wouldn't be sure that black is actually going, I mean, for white, it would be worrying. I wouldn't be sure that white is actually okay in this variation. And in the case that black does something relatively safe like this, white would still have to add a stone that was not all that. Like there would be a lot of inferred forcing. Like this would actually be dangerous, wouldn't it, with something like this? Looks like it would be dangerous. So yes, so it connecting up to the left is still a bit of a headache for one. So he jumped. Okay. They could be moving into an endgame now. Okay. Morgan All is saying that according to Fine Art, that's a strong AI they have in China, white made the first slack move with I-16. So curling, the extension. Okay. So that was, let's just go to it, see if I can do that. I can't do that on this, not on this server. but it was the extension. Extension was I16. So that was the first slack move instead of J16. So it should have been one space closer to the white group on the right. So so all this stuff that black did here was because that was too far away, I suppose. But white managed to be a better fighter. So in the following fight here, black seemed to be doing fairly well up to this point. But in the end, yeah, maybe it was that move. It was in the fight here, though. I'd probably have to research it with an AI to figure that out. But white ended up with Sente. It could be that white sort of outfought black here. I get that feeling. Okay, so after black connected on the top, white jumped. So for the time being, this white group is going to be okay. Black still can sometimes think of trying to break through here, but it's not going to be as effective as it, like, even if black manages to cut white off. Black has that wedge at h4 to worry about. So the fact that black might have to play a move like this, it gives white the opportunity to reinforce. And you can see the two stones here that can come to life lesson. So it's probably not such a serious thing. So I could imagine Shin Jinseo taking even more territory as this fight developed. Okay, so he starts from this side. Patient as always. Well, okay, that's annoying. So white is trying to find a way into the black territory on the right, while adding to his eyes. So for instance, if black connects, okay, black connects. It's already a Kikashi. But say white plays something solid like this. This would be threatening to jump into the right side, and it would be setting up. This eye is better than the previous eyes that I was showing you because it has more space. So it has more territory, of course. It also has some potential of turning into a two-eye shape if white sort of fills it correctly, if white does something good there. So it's a better shape for white. So that's one of the things that white is threatening. If black pushes out here, so the more active move would be to push out here. And there's a kind of a implied weakness in black's shape when white has this and the push through here. So there's there's either damezumari or maybe a weakness in the corner even. So there's a weakness if black leaves that open space on the third line, the open hole. If black leaves that hole there is an implied weakness. So it's an annoying move. It looks like black cannot really counterattack immediately, although he wants to. So for instance, if black plays something like this, I bet it's bad when white does this. Should white have, let's see, what's the ladder look like? That looks good for black. Maybe white would play it from this side. And black cannot go after the white stones because he's going to lose more important stones. That would be more important. So it's impossible for black to immediate attack. Slightly awkward for black to be pushing here because of the weakness at N3. And it's sort of annoying to be connecting. So yeah, I like that move for white. If I was playing with the black stones, I wouldn't like it. O6. O6 is the strongest response. And that takes me by surprise. Is it this move? O6. Okay. Mm-hmm. Noah Das is saying, been a while since I've watched them go. Well, enjoy. Oh, one space closer. Well, that makes more sense. Yeah. So I guess it means N6. Yes. That would be the strongest response, and I would expect white's going to do something like this to connect out. And black would probably finish the territory this way. So this is a conceivable variation, I think. Okay, he pushed. And like I said, there is some implied weakness there with the clamp on the second line. So yes, so it's like this. Maybe here. So last time I was playing here. Maybe here. So the whole idea is that, well, this is already probably not so good, but it would be like if white plays here and here, black would be running out of liberties. So that would be the implied problem. Of course, it actually looks like white can capture this in a net. So it's a kind of a weird net. Oh no, it doesn't work, does it? So in this case, and then here. So it doesn't quite work. But yeah, it's conceivably going to work in combination with, if white plays here then, yeah. So white does have a net. So this is working. So there's that implied weakness here with this. Okay, so yeah. Where, yeah, white would be able to, at the very least, white would be able to play here and capture the one stone. White would probably play here first. Yeah, so it's this kind of squeeze that white is setting up in. Yeah, the coordinates are a bit they can be a bit hard to see on this thing. Okay, so this is white is trying to reinforce the white group, and at the same time he's playing kind of endgame moves towards the right side. So he's gaining territory towards the right side. So in this variation, so eventually playing here became an important move in this variation. So it's a kind of a squeeze where white gets that, maybe gets that black stone. And maybe white's not going to actually capture it. White doesn't have to play the next move. but white at least has the option of capturing. So this is the squeeze that white is looking at. In order to stop that from happening, black would have to play one of these moves to take that away. So I think it's conceivable that black would play here. That gets rid of the damezumari here in this variation, where white would be looking at cuts on the second line. White can't even push through at 6 anymore because black would push through here. So that sort of erases that potential. And it still looks at weaknesses in white's position, like this one. Like if black got a peep here, black could probably push through and cut through. So that would stop the net. And although it's sort of bad shape, it does have enough liberties that black doesn't have to worry about the top side anymore. So that would be a move, a local move. Apart from that, well, this black group in the lower left, it's okay for the time being, just because black has this strong group right next to it. It's sort of difficult for white to continue attacking. So for instance, if we just ignore the fact that there's that weak white group in the center of the board, locally white would play something like this, but black just plays one move and is already connected up to the center. So, and playing from the center is going to be, it's relatively difficult to do anything damaging to the black group, whatever black does here. So white doesn't really have much of an attack against the black group immediately. And what happens to this area on the top half of the left side is the final important thing that they'll have to work out before the end of the game. So how does this turn into a white territory, for instance, if white does something along the side here? Will this be a territory or not? It does depend on white's healthiness in the center of the board sometimes. So it's not a sure thing. Definitely, black would have moves like this. So that would sort of explain why he's going towards the right here and not defending the left side, because white's moves in the center here, for instance, especially if white gets to play that, play this move, you can see white's moves in the center, not only are they reducing the black territory on the right, but white is creating some eye shape for the group in the center. If this white group gets really strong, then it will become relatively easy for white to surround territory on the left side of the board. So that's, not only is it big as far as endgame is concerned, it's reinforcing the white group, which is important. Yes, so W. Zhang is saying if black peeps at h7, which is this one, and white connects, there's a dip in white's winning percentage. So it does have to do with the fact that this, the geta here, the net, it sort of depends on whether black has that exchange or not. So I was showing the variation where black tried to push through, and this was going to be a net. So if black has a stone here, the net doesn't work anymore. So that's pretty important. And in actual play, white would maybe ignore that and start doing this kind of thing. So for instance, this one, I would like to push through here, or even if white just plays here. This is actually going to be much more important than whatever black is doing on the left, because I wouldn't expect this white group to die after this. It's probably alive just in this immediate area. And so black would be playing a pointless cut there. So white would be answering it on the right side. It would be very important for white to answer it on the right side, because if he didn't, then he would be in danger of getting cut off. So it would be actually more dangerous to answer it. Okay. The peep sort of indicates black's going to connect on the third line after all. Yeah. Now white probably needs another stone to reinforce the group. How fancy is he going to get? So for instance, if white plays away and black peeps here. Now this is still dangerous. It's really dangerous because, you know, there's this happening later also. And the white group in the center is in danger also. So white just doesn't have enough room to deal with this. And it would still be dangerous for white. In this case, now white doesn't have the room for two eyes that white had in the previous diagram. So it's going to be more difficult for white to settle this without giving up a lot somewhere. So I'm not going to say it's going to die, but it's going to be painful. So I would be playing a move somewhere in the center. Okay. It's good that he agrees with me. A very active way to save to get rid of the cut. A pretty direct threat to save two stones here. So white's threatening two stones. It is a kind of a, well, it's an extended move. So like you have to have something ready for when black attacks from the other side. So for instance, if black plays here and black plays here, white could have issues in connecting everything up. So if white plays here, this is a double peep. So even now I wouldn't be surprised if white's idea is to ignore the peep and keep the connection of all these stones on the right. That's more important. And ultimately white would be maybe white would be saving this stone. So looking for a counterattack against black's group in the center. Okay, I can understand what W Zhang is saying, but yeah, that's for human players that's pretty challenging. So let's just show the variation you got from his computer. It was that black peeping here. And yes, I was suggesting this move. And then here, so locally this is, if white plays here, locally it could be a ko, or black could play away and play here. So this attempt to, it's kind of a all or nothing attempt to put a huge amount of pressure on the white group. So this would be a more complicated way of playing. And the verdict is probably because going into an endgame is losing. So yes, especially if you're a neural network, I think that it could be said that the endgame is losing for black. It does look like white has a small lead. But when the players are human, usually there's going to be a chance somewhere, even if black plays this way. So you can see he's counterattacking here. White's move at, let's see, this is K9, this move in the center of the board. It was a slightly adventurous move in a position where I wouldn't have been surprised if white had played something a bit more conservative like this. But this, of course, would not be threatening to save the two white stones, because the two stones are still on net now, so it's not as active. This move was more active, but like I was saying, it does leave some weakness. So I discussed the potential of black playing like this to cut it off with two simultaneously two peeps. So it's a double peep. White's going to get cut off one way or another. And expecting to be able to play the peep at 1 and have white answer there was a bit over-optimistic. So then I showed this variation where white sort of dodged that and connected up the other way. So what black did in the game was he went immediately. So not having that peep at that's H7 here, not having that peep, it would be ideal to have the peep, but he decided he didn't have the option to play it so early. So he's going to try to attack without that peep. Okay, so this is going to get messy, and white's not going to be submissive. I doubt white's going to be submissive here. And white is threatening to save the 2 stones in the center. It could get exciting. So it could turn into some kind of a trade or a counterattack, depending on how forcefully white plays him. Let's see. I think I'm caught up. Let's just check. I lost my pointer. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Oh, there we are. Yes. Kataplixi has just joined, and who's ahead? Thank you. I think white's ahead. People who have computers following the game are giving white a 3-point, something like a 3-point advantage. It's still close enough that I wouldn't say I was winning if I was playing. Alright, so white saved those stones, and black is obviously going to extend once at least. I think it would be less than ideal to allow white to play the I, that's a J7 point, this point here. So black's going to peep. And white is probably going to connect on the right. So white just simply connected out there. Okay, so yes. I think the question about black's next move here is whether he plays this one first or not. So he could play it in this order, or he could just extend. So that's the choice that black has here. And the difference is that he probably wants to play this move anyway. So, and if he plays it later, it becomes less forceful. So the reason black wants to play that move would be that at some point later in the game, white can play here. This is actually, white has an eye in the center of the board. So even if black plays here, he cannot play this move, which allows white to capture 2 stones anyway. So in a pinch, white can make an eye here. So there's this potential eye in the center. So maybe black wants to play here anyway. So if he plays it now, white's probably going to answer it this way. He's not going to give a gift to black. So like if he played something like this, black would be getting 4 stones. That's pretty big. So he's probably going to play here and here anyway. In which case, it's okay to have that exchange. Oh, so he did that. So that's why he was sort of pausing there for a bit. And it sort of indicated to me he was thinking of something unusual. So it gave me the hint that maybe he was thinking of this sequence instead. So details like that is sort of fun to notice them sometimes. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So white's moving out through the center here. It looks like it's narrow, but he's going to try to get out that direction just to make saving the 2 stones more effective. So like white would like to sacrifice those stones on the top on a small scale. So for instance, if black peeps here, looks like this peep is never going to be forcing. So like something like this would probably be ideal for white, and white would be able to save this stone and would actually be attacking black in the center, and in the process white would probably be able to finish the left side. So if white could make a territory on the top half of the left side of the board there while attacking black in the center, that would probably be good enough for white. So that would be white's idea in this case. So obviously black doesn't want to play moves like 1, 3, and 5. Black doesn't want to play too many of those moves in an attempt to capture some white stones. So yeah, so he's moving out. Yes. Okay, W. Zhang is saying something like there are situations in chess where AI thinks one side has a decisive winning advantage, but because mid-game chess is so tactical, one inaccuracy could instantly reverse the game as well. And so chess is a game where you mate the king, obviously, and it's sort of similar in that way, I think, to a very tactical fighting game like this is turning into, where black is actually trying to kill white, and white has ideas of counterattacking the black group in the center. So it's very much a battle of calculation. In this kind of game, I think the type of errors that humans can make are, in a way, they might be similar to the errors that W. Zhang is talking about in chess. There's also a different type of position where AIs will give one side a high percentage and it will be difficult for humans, is when the game is extremely close. And even in the end game, the computer, if one player is half point winning by 1/2 point, and the game is sufficiently close to the end of the game, an AI will give that player a 90% chance. So it can be 90, 95%, sometimes 99%, depending on how close you are to the end of the game. And this is sort of misleading if it's just a very close game, because human players, even at the top, can make minor mistakes that lose a fraction of a point, or, well, we call it a fraction of a point, so potentially 1 point. Or if they are having a bad day, they can make multiple mistakes that lose a fraction of a point. And that can add up to, usually at the end stages of the game, it can add up to something like 2 points, a total of 2 points sometimes. And so these games where the computer is giving you a 99% winning percentage. In fact, there was a live broadcast I did maybe a month or so ago, in which my opponent lost the game on the final move because I gained 1 point by winning the final ko, by connecting the final ko in a position where my opponent had an opportunity to win the final ko. And it was something that it was sort of natural for a human player to miss. And so you have these 1 point different games, which are probably something pretty unlikely in chess. It's a different type of endgame altogether. But it's another way that the winning percentages that computers give us can be, you might say, misleading, or they can be difficult for human players to win, even though we have a big winning percentage. these games actually, for top players like the players here, it's the type of game where I don't know, for a top player you might see less mistakes. I think, especially for a player like Shin Jinseo, he's in a fight like this. I think he's closer to computer perfect. Right. Okay, so here White has stuck his head out, you might say, and the threat here is to save the 2 stones. So as soon as White gets to save the 2 stones here, White will be attacking Black in the center of the board. So that's White's game plan here. So White is threatening to save the 2 stones next. He's also threatening to cut on the left there. So that, let's see, what's the... He's also threatening to cut at G8. So Black has to find a solution to both of those. Okay, Morphgo was asking, is there a sequence that White can make use of an H4 wedge? That wedge is on the top, and so I'm sort of pointing him to it here. I think he means G4 actually. No, it is H4. Sorry about that. The H4 wedge, and like tactically, that's a Tetsuji that comes up that helps White a lot, but because of the fact that all of those White stones are stones that White is already sort of willing to sacrifice in many cases, I don't think it's very likely that White's going to need to use that wedge in this game, in this scenario. So here White escapes with the 1 stone, and if this generates into kind of a race to capture between a semi between that White group in the center and the Black group right next to it here in the center. White seems to have an advantage here. So the connected shapes that White have, they have a lot of liberties attached to them. So also the fact that if White connects here at K7, White's going to get some extra liberties. So White has a lot of potential liberties there for that group, while Black has shapes that tend to be weak when you get into a semi. So like the bamboo joint is a shape that's pretty bad in semis because both of those liberties there, they're going to disappear pretty quickly in a semi because it's a forcing move for White. And these diagonal moves. So basically straight shapes tend to be better to extending your liberties. And diagonal shapes, your liberties tend to fill up relatively quickly. So White has a distinct advantage in this race to capture. So since a race to capture is probably a bad idea, Black's probably going to try to escape out to the left here. Yes, and actually that's W Jang again, the G11 move. So that's the move I had in mind when I was talking about a race to capture. This is the race to capture in which I think White's going to win. It could be a bit challenging to make an actual diagram, but that's, for instance, something like this. White has a choice here, doesn't he? Let's do it this way. That leaves a potential ko, but it's probably safer. A semi like this is one that if it turns into a semi, White's going to win. The ko is this one. It's a pretty desperate ko for Black. It's not even a ladder, is it? This is going to be a desperate call. Like black has some co-threats, but white does too. F11. Thumper was looking at F11. Yeah, F11. That's another that's very similar actually. That's another potential race to capture scenario where white is going to jump out. Actually, the fact that this move is no longer going to be forcing for black, white's going to win that race to capture too. So white could do it this way, I guess, in which this move is just not going to be in time. And so the race to capture on the left here is this one. White actually has 4 outside liberties on this side. So white has 5 liberties. And if we look at black's liberties, black's down to 3. So that's a two move win for white. And black would be able to escape in this direction. It's probably like with this forcing move, stuff like this. It's probably going to be good for white. I don't know. Maybe this is more effective. But again, if black pushes through and cuts here, it's going to be this one. Yeah, that would be this one. The order of moves here is pretty tough. At some point, white can pull back here, and black would still be in trouble. So like if black plays here, there's this move. And so it's just not going to be in time in this general variation. I don't think it's going to be in time. So if black plays here, there's still this one. If black plays here, then there's this one. And again, I think white's going to win this race to capture. So it's sort of tough if black plays so aggressively there. Like at some point, I think black has to try to escape out to the left. So for instance, something like this. So something a little bit less active, but a bit more safe, and still chasing white. So black would have issues with the other group too. Maybe this way. It does look difficult. So this is a kind of variation where that wedge at M4 would sometimes come into play. Okay, it's black's turn. So black does have to find a good sequence here that settles black group in the center. Capturing white it's difficult. It's not going to be easy. But he would like to chase it and try to get some kind of a local advantage. That would be the hope for black, I think. Okay, Mei Li Yingha talk. Okay, I probably missed a few. They scrolled past me. I didn't see some of the comments, I don't think. But to start with Mei Li Yingha's comment about the chess endgame discussion. Talking about people making mistakes, usually only in blitz games. And this is because they have Fisher time. And I'm also a fan of Fisher time. I use it with teaching, and I think in general it's a good time system in which you have basic time, but you also are paid time for every time you play a move. So like you could have a very short basic time, but if you were paid something like 30 seconds every time you played a move, then you could play quickly in positions that were easy, and then you could save that time for more difficult positions. So Phi Diaz is asking, are they playing with Fisher time? And the answer is no, because Fisher time is almost non-existent in Asian professional tournaments First of all, because when they started playing with clocks, they didn't have clocks that could use Fisher time. I don't think it was, maybe it was invented after that. It was Bobby Fischer, I believe, who suggested that. That's why it's named after him. And so maybe they didn't have, they were using chess clocks to begin with, but um, they didn't work that way at the beginning. And there was a lot of resistance to the Fisher time system. I guess people just didn't understand it at first, and they didn't want to change. And there's still a great deal of resistance, unfortunately. And it's not catching on very much. I think there might be one tournament in Japan that uses Fisher time. Okay, Redmond, with a Korean name also, says that there's a Korean league that introduced it. So yeah. I think once people get used to it, the players will like Fisher time. Just because with the traditional Byoyomi system, so you can see it came, that started in Japan when they started to use clocks on their game. So it's when they had sponsored tournaments, basically, when they were playing a tournament system where they wanted to eliminate people. They had to get rid of a player with just one game for each round. It had to be what they sometimes call an elimination tournament. Sometimes it's called a knockout tournament. It's just one game. Well, that just says Baduk. Okay. And so it had to, generally in Asia, we play a one-game elimination throughout most of the tournament. And so what was I getting for? I've lost my track. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, once people get used to it, maybe I was talking about tournament systems. I got digressed. I digressed from the real topic, I think. So the Fisher time is good because when they use clocks, in the traditional Byoyomi, people try to make use of that. For instance, if it's a 1 minute Byoyomi, they try to make use of that in a position where they could have played in one second, basically. And it's more useful to have that time for a more important part of the game. So like, although professional players can think ahead and read out the position in the future of the game, making use of that, yes, it was the Argent. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, wasn't it? Yeah. So it was several decades ago, in the middle of the 20th century, and they didn't have Fisher time at that point. I think obviously that must be the reason. But yes. Okay, so Black's sort of going for the race to capture. There could be a potential trade happening here, depending on how forcefully White goes after it. Okay. Yes. And yeah, just the fact that you get this time packing up when you play quickly, it allows you to use the time at an important part of the game. So I think in general it's going to improve the quality of the games we play. And also the fact that with Byoyomi, when people are on their last minute or so, sometimes they play things that are like ko-threats, which are played just to gain thinking time. And while that can be done with Fisher time also, it's sort of similar in that it can be done, I think it's less it's less, the tendency for it to be necessary is less common. Okay, you missed NHK Cup games. Yes, there's no way to watch them out here. I guess you're somewhere in the rest of the world. If you have a local, NHK actually has some overseas channels, and they're sort of like cable TV. So you have to choose. They have to be in the set of programs that they're showing you, but you could ask them to include Go, and that would be good. The time Suji, yeah. It can be done with Fisher time also. But like I say, I think it's less common because it's less likely that it becomes important. Yes, Kukulis 100. I think Black made a, you could say Black made a strategic mistake. The game was going, I think, gradually going bad for Black. So let's just make a kind of a map of that. I think at this point, the game was still fairly close, but Black had the top side and the left side, how to combine these two areas and get an advantage of both of them. And it's conceivable because Black had this huge strength in the center of the board. So it's conceivable that Black could have pushed White around on the top and then moved to take the initiative on the left side. So I think that when first of all, White's lived with Sente, so that was well done. And the fact that maybe Black's attack here was a bit too cautious because White got that point on the left. And like I said, getting this point on the left side, getting to play here first, it reduces the value of Black's next move on the left side. So in that, it reduces the whole value to a certain degree of these forcing moves that Black played in the lower left corner, because they would have functioned more effectively if Black had played the first move towards the left side. So White's gradually gaining ground here when Black is not getting an effective attack against the White group. And so I think that's what's happening here. So like, details are complicated and hard to talk about sometimes. But the attack here, for instance, this attack, it was very active, but White managed to counterattack here, make this more threatening. And actually, it's interesting that I was talking about the order of moves here. If White's going to connect here, this was a very effective order of moves, in which case Black has taken away a potential eye. So I was talking about that a bit, where if Black had played here immediately, then in some cases White would have had a potential eye here. So this would have been an eye in the center. So White could have, if White had an eye somewhere else, then White could then make a second eye here in the center. So there's some reason for Black to want to play for Black to want to push through here. But in the case that White just ignored it and failed to connect at the K7 point, actually this becomes bad for Black. So in the game, so it would actually be better. It would actually be better if Black had, in this case, it would have been better if Black had played here, in which case he would be able to, at some point, he might be able to push through here. And this would already establish two cuts. So just this exchange of 9 for 10, White would already be cut off. There would be, in some, well, not really, but in some cases there would be that cut at 10. So maybe it doesn't work yet. But it would be a more effective way to create weaknesses in White's shape locally. So there's some, it's sort of, okay, so we're getting into this fight. This is the fight where Black is sort of hoping for some kind of a trade. So how is that working? Let's see what I'm trying to say here. So for instance, if White plays here and here, and here. Now this is actually dangerous for white, because black is winning this race to capture. White has 3 liberties, but black has 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So black's going to end up sacrificing the 3 stones here. But in this variation, black did get a lot for it. And if white does something like this is a variation where black can be hoping for some kind of a trade, getting something on this side. So that's what black is trying to aim for here. Let's just watch the game. I think I better be careful here because the game is starting to move fairly quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if Zihao might be approaching overtime. He might be running out of time fairly soon. Yes, it depends on the size of the increment. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I started a discussion about Fisher time. It's something that, especially I think in the Asia professional Go community, there is a kind of a lack of interest in it, which is, I think it would go away if people knew more about the system. Kukulus 100 is the black play, I suppose, maybe playing underneath. Is that the slide on the second line? Black's play at that point was a bit slow, maybe. Our pros train from the start to defend by counterattacking. Now that's it's very important. You might say so, because defending is usually a losing strategy. If you have enough territory, it can work, but quite often it allows the opponent to harass you a bit, and you lose. Basically, you lose by points, as they might say. So it is usually much more effective to counterattack. So I would agree, yes. That was W. Jang asking, sort of prompting me with that question. Okay, so this was a relatively tenacious way for black to play. Made it slightly more difficult for white. So I think the choice here is to go into kind of a trade, like the one I was showing. Yeah, so let's do that. Yes, or to cut immediately. I don't know what's going to happen if white cuts. So cutting here would be the most exciting variation. White would get this exchange, which would be nice. That would be nice. And like that, like something like that. And then something like this. And white's attack would switch maybe to this side. So white would be trying to attack that black root. It's a bit more dangerous for white, I think. So, or maybe white would still, I think if white played here, let's see. A variation like this. It's really hard for me to calculate this one. All of the black roots would be in danger, but of course the white roots would be in danger too. So if I play something like this, yeah, this might be relatively easy for me to understand. Let's say black plays here, and the black group is okay. So if white answers like this, black will be able to win the race to capture here. So if we say white just plays here and it's like this, white has a fairly large amount of liberties. So I'd say white has about 10 outside liberties. And so maybe white could do something like this. Looks like white's going to win the race to capture. And this is going to be pretty close. It's probably going to be a one move difference in the number of liberties. Right? That's my snap judgment. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to the game position. Okay, so cutting there. Yeah. So cutting there is one of the options. The other option would be this trade that I was talking about earlier, where black actually gets to save the group, gain some territory. But white does get to save the group in the center. And then, let's see. If white does that properly, and after that, white would be able to attack on this side. So maybe something like this. Switching the attack to the left side of the board and the center. So this is one of the trades that could work for white. So white would lose territory, but would still have an attack going on the left side of the board. So it's this way, which saves the center group. So it's relatively easy to understand. Oh, he played the cut. Okay, so now that's the difficult one. He didn't play the hane. Okay. So in the diagram that I was making, white played a hane here. And then extended. But he didn't play that, which sort of makes black want to, instead of this move, it sort of makes me want to play something on this side. Oh well. We'll see how that turns out. But this is the variation where it becomes less clear what white's trying to do. So it's the more dangerous variation where the life of the white group is unsure, but also the life of both black groups. So it's this black group on this side and the black group on this side. And I sort of think that white still has a potential advantage in liberties. But like I told you, it looks like it's going to be a one move difference. Okay, so Rubik. Okay. ADSFGH, that looks like you just typed on your, and it's Rubik, okay? Hey Michael, I really enjoyed the AlphaGo Master Series on my channel, and part of what makes it so good is that the games were one-sided. So actually, with Chris Garlick, I'm finally finishing that book that I made about that series, and it's going to have some new commentaries about those games. And I think I sort of agree that the fact that the computer was already much stronger than human players did make it very instructive. So it was, all of the human players were the top players in the world. Like I think everyone was in the top 50 in the winning ranking, or I think it was just the winning ranking. And most of them were in the top 30. So they were very, very strong players. Close to invincible against other humans, like they were top 30 players after all. But they were completely defeated by AlphaGo every time. And the fact that it was playing so, you might say flawlessly, or at least we weren't finding the mistakes. And it was clear, I think it was clearly more strong than the version of AlphaGo that beat Lee Sedol. So basically it was the same version, only it had more time to develop itself. So it was a stronger program, and clearly stronger than humans. And the fact that they were playing with a relatively short time limit, I think that made it even, that gave an extra advantage to the computer, because it was so much faster in calculating than the humans were. So it was sort of punishing every mistake that the human made, and that made it very easy to understand what was going on in games. So relatively, at least, these games, they can be difficult to understand, but the fact that the computer was decisively stronger than the human players did make it easy to focus on what the mistakes were, and so easier to see them. Whereas in human play, you can often see a mistake countered by a mistake by the other player, which makes it relatively difficult to understand. Okay, so the fact that white did not play this move, which I would have just loved to play, and in fact is it's just threatening to cut black off here, so it's going to be forcing. Even if black gets to force with this move, it doesn't change things, because white can still cut here. So that looks like it would have been better. It would have filled some of black's liberties. But when a player like Shin Jinseo sort of fails to play that obvious move, sometimes he's inviting his opponent to sort of try to refute it. So that could be what's happening. So this is the point where we don't know which group white is going to try to attack next, because white has two choices. It can be the black group in the upper left part of the center, or it can be this black group in the lower left part of the center. It's connected out to the left side. Both of them are dangerous. And really, this black group, the black group on the left, if white can manage to take away its eyes, it doesn't really have a lot of liberties either. So for instance, if we assume that white gets a strong position on the left side, and does something like, maybe something like this, black won't be able to capture that stone. And we could imagine a shape like this, where really the black group is not really gaining that much as far as liberty. So if we look at it like this, we can say, let's just add this exchange. Yeah. So black has 2, 4, 6, 8 outside liberties. 8 outside liberties. It's going to be like this. And just the inside liberty. So in this case, there's one inside liberty, because this is a forced move for white. So black has 8 outside liberties. And if we say it's like, usually it would be, we assume that shape. So if we say it's like this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 outside liberties for white. That means that white's going to have 2 outside liberties when they both fill each other's outside liberties. White's going to have 2 left. And so black's going to be in inferiority at that point. So white wins the race to capture. Looks like in this particular variation that I've created, white won by about 2 liberties. So this move is sort of in preparation for pushing. So it's like the diagram I was making. It's sort of in preparation for pushing from this side. So heading towards this shape, which you can see it does sort of relatively, it's filled a lot of black liberties. So if we assume that white is safe on the side, and white looks like white can do that with maintaining with Sente. So if white can do that, and then after that, it's just a question of how to take away black's eye space. So white actually has more than one way to do that, but there's no way that black's going to be able to capture this stone. So so that's what I was doing with this diagram here. And just by making a straight shape, this is relatively good for black's liberties. And this seems about equal. So that's how I got to this position. And I found that 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 liberties for white on the outside. and black had only 2, 4, 6, 8. So I still agree with that conclusion, where white's going to win by, looks like 2 moves, 2 liberties. So that's sort of what white is heading towards. So connect at 12 instead of 10. I sort of lost that diagram, so let's try it again. So this is about where I played here. Okay. I lost the diagram, so I lost that comment. Sorry about that. That was Julian Van den Busken. Sorry about that. I got rid of K7 instead of D8. D8, white just played D8. So yeah, that was pretty necessary. I think white had to play that. And white didn't have to connect at K7 yet, I don't think. So if black cuts at K7, that's this move, white can play here. Or let's do it this way maybe. White's connected there in this center. So black has 5 liberties as it is. So if black plays here and white plays here, black will have 5 liberties. And it's sort of difficult to extend that. First of all, because if black plays here, it's a double peep. And if black does something else, this actually has potential to lose liberties, because at some point white can play here and take away all those local liberties. So at the most, it's 6 liberties. So this would reduce white's liberties fairly quickly. But white would still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 liberties. So white's going to win this race. So at this point, white's winning by 2 liberties. It means that black cannot cut at K7 yet. And it means that white does have an opportunity to connect to. And black would have to answer that, unless black's going to sacrifice that clue. So if black plays here, white should be okay here. It looks like white's going to be okay in this variation. Maybe jumping. Maybe here. I'm not sure about that. But in either case, white's group in the center, it has so many extra liberties that this is probably just going to be easy for white. So back to the game. Okay, here we are. So I think black cannot cut at K7. And if black, this is actually almost exactly the same sequence as I was thinking of. So that, except the center here's, white got the curl around here. So this is going to be eventually white's going to use this sequence to fill some black liberties. And white is going to play, probably going to play here, because it's just so easy for white to connect it. It's connected. Well, it's already connected, because in this case, white just captures those 3 black stones. And yeah, it's pretty obvious at this point that black does not have enough outside liberties. So this is looking bad for black. Tetsuji at D7 to gain liberties. D7. D7. Yeah, sometimes. I don't think it's going to be good enough, though. Like in that variation where, in the variation where I showed white cutting black off here, white's group in the center has a lot of liberties. So that's really, it has a lot of extra liberties. So I anything, just a few liberties is not going to be good enough for black. So I sort of doubt that. Wouldn't be surprised if Zihao is in Byoyomi now. So we'll see how if he speeds up. And then if black adds 2 stones to this side, yeah, this is looking bad. So white's going to play this exchange. And then here. So this looks like the most liberties would be this variation. Maybe something like this. Black has something like 5 or 6 outside liberties, which is just not enough. Playing here would reduce white's liberties. Let's try this one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it's an I with no I. So now the inside liberty, it belongs to white. So the 2 inside liberties belong to white. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So white has 9 liberties because the inside liberties belong to white. Black still has only 5 or 6 liberties. So 5 liberties maybe. So that's still a win for white. So a semi between this group that black has on the left side with white's group in the center. If white gets to connect at K7, it's going to be hopeless. So this variation where white starts the semi against this group. White will play this point, and I think it will be hopeless for black. So playing here and white playing this variation maybe. So that's kind of a variation on the previous variation. It's just that white's group in the center has so many liberties. It's a lot of liberties. So just to find one more different variation would be this one, I guess. This would be relatively short liberties in the center. So in this variation, black would play here and play here and play here and here. So in this case, white would only have 6 liberties. And this would be 4 liberties. So this would be 2 wins, 2-move win for white. The problem that black has is that just about whatever group he fights with, the white group seems to have more liberties. So yes. So finally we come to D7, which, who was it? Was suggesting, the Julian van den Busken was suggesting, I hope I pronounced that close to right, was suggesting the Tesuji. This is where it would potentially come, be a thing. I sort of doubt that it's going to be good enough. Could do this, and it's not going to expand anymore, so let's say that. That's still 6 liberties, and white still has 6. So this would be a 1-move win for white. So that was a good try. That was black's best try so far. Oh, he plays it now. Okay. Maybe we're getting close. So this might be the most challenging variation for white. Yes, at any point, like black played, so Julian was asking a follow-up question about D7. At any point, G7 is, it's a fairly forceful move. So he's playing it earlier, which is maybe the most forceful time he can try playing it. So yes, your comment was actually pretty relevant. Okay, yeah, that's the strongest. I think we're close to resignation here. So the thing here is that black is short of liberties when he tries to kill white. So you would expect black to be trying, for instance, something like this. And without this being a forcing move, it would have worked. But since this is Atari, so like the Damezumari in the center is blocking black from accomplishing anything here. So if black plays here, white would be able to play here and here. And although there is some potential weakness on the left, let's see. Black probably doesn't have time to take advantage of it. So in a position like this, black would have 5 liberties in the center, and white would have 6 liberties on the side. So black would be losing by 1 liberty. So like if we just look at the left side isolated, that's a position where black has something, or looks like black has something, but the shortage of liberties in the center is stopping it from happening. So this would be maybe the more challenging variation. This would be pretty obvious. It's just there's nothing happening. So this would be the better variation. Trying to mix it in with something like this, I wonder if there's any potential for that to work. It's just that black is running out of liberties so quickly that now he's going to lose the race to capture against white's group on the top side, because he started with the left side and that filled one of his liberties. So now he's losing that race to capture. It's really sort of sad for black, the way he's just about whatever group he chooses to fight with, he's going to lose the race to capture. Okay, if black sacrifices 2 half groups and eats d4, so d4, the corner. Yeah, that would take some 9p magic plus about 3 moves, so it's probably not very likely. Okay, let's make a final attempt. Okay. Black connects. That goes here. Nothing's happening. Black does have a forcing move here. There's a tesuji here. This is the shape move, but there's a number of reasons why it's not going to work. So the easiest one is to say that white's going to play here and here. And black can save those stones. But we were talking about something like this before, where black can save the stones, but is going to lose a race to capture. So this is just too many liberties for the white group in the center. And the only plus to it is the potential here, but it's not really working. Capturing these 3 stones and stopping white from doing this, both of them are going to be a bit challenging. And even if we assume that black somehow manages that, so like this would sort of manage that, it's going to be difficult to pair that with any success on this side. So it seems very distant, unlikely. Okay, we're in that variation. So yeah, let's see if there's a simpler way for white to refute that. So black's going to has to do it with this cut, I suppose, and the wedge, or maybe the wedge first. So this is the variation I showed you, where white was playing on this side and got a squeeze of some kind. So this would, in this case, white would not even have the weakness on the left side. When white gets a squeeze, and then white's going to go after these stones. So this would be the most methodical way to do it. Otherwise, white could just start with this, and this would work also. At this point, this would, I mean, this one, this would work also. So there's probably an order of moves white can do. Otherwise, maybe white can even play here. Now this way, let's just put the cut in just to make it easier to follow what's going on. It's pretty much the same idea. So again, white would be challenged to try to kill the whole black group, but white would be able to do something like this to squeeze and attack on the side. So I guess that's how it's going to work for white. Yes, is it okay? So it looks like we're heading into that variation that I was just doing. There's one other variation that could happen. So that's when white connects on this side, and black can capture this stone, but might be in danger of just losing everything when white plays here. So this would be a bit nasty of white, but it could be happening here. So like black can cut here, but we have this group. Let's see. That's only 5 liberties that black has. So in this case, white would still have 6 liberties. So white would be winning by 2 liberties. So at this point, black has only 4 liberties and white has 6. That's a 2-win difference. Okay, so now we're really giving black a hard time. So connecting on this side is the less charitable way of trying to kill everything. And there's only one cutting point left, so black would play here, and white would play here. And like this exchange is equal, so black has only 5 liberties. We're not even sure if that one, but we'll give that one to black. And white has, at this point, white has 7 liberties. So that's a 2 liberty win. So he played from the target. So that's understandable. But again, he doesn't have the liberties he needs. So he would like to be able to do it this way, but he's short 1 liberty, right? So he has to do it this way. So painful. And it's going to be like this. So it's going to be this variation, where white has a lot of liberties on the outside and has various ways to attack the black group. So this would be the most step-by-step way. White doesn't really have to play this Atari against the 3 stones anymore. White could go here immediately. Wouldn't be surprised if that's how white does it. But generally you would say that this is a forcing sequence, because black started this fight by trying to kill white in the center. So you could say that this was forcing, and at this point, the most liberties that black can hope for would be to play like this, in which case black has 5 outside liberties. Black's losing by something like, how many moves was it? So it's like this, and yeah, in this case white had the I, so white had 9 moves, so white's winning by about 4 moves. That's a huge difference. So the only point where there's some uncertainty is when white plays 16, actually. And black would like to find a way to attack the white group on the left, but this is so far away, just because black's group on the outside only has 5 liberties. And if we look at the white group, it has something like 7 liberties. White could also play on this side. So preparing, for instance, with something like, let's say something like, it's actually difficult to prepare, but if black prepared with something like this to cut white off, regardless of the fact that white could make 2 eyes if he wanted to, the race to capture is really easy for white also. So it's just hopeless. Okay, so we're doing the squeeze. And white already played that exchange in the center of the board here. So let's just back up to show that. So it was like this. Yeah, white played this exchange and played the squeeze. Okay, yeah, that was another way to do it. So the way this move functions is if black plays underneath, then white can cut black off this way. If black plays above, well, this one works. So white would play here and here. And can capture the 3 stones. And although there's a bit of a squeeze here, it only gives black sort of potentially 1 liberty, and he only has 4 liberties. So the extra liberty I'm talking about would be like when white Oh, yeah, this is the one where, yeah. So that, if we say it's like this, that's a different version of the space to capture. In this case, white has 1, 2, 4, 6, 9 outside liberties, and the liberty inside is neutral because both sides don't have an eye. And white would fill like this: 1, 2 moves, and 3 moves, and would have to back off before playing this one. So there would be an extra move here that white would have to add. So that's one extra move, but obviously it's not going to be good enough for black because black was way behind. So it's already a target. Okay, so that was hopeless. All right, so what's he going to try to do? Okay, he did that. Black can conceivably make an eye, but he's going to lose all of his liberties in the process. So usually in a semi-eye like this, if you have inside liberties, it's good to have an eye, because when you have an eye, your opponent has to fill that inside liberty to get to you. And so it makes all of the inside liberties belong to you. But if we look at this shape, there's only one inside liberty because this exchange is sort of given. So there's only the one inside liberty at this point. So if black plays this, let's give that to black. If black plays like this, it can actually get an eye here. But it's useless because by the time he gets it, he's run out of outside liberties. And just the one inside liberty is not going to make any difference. It's not going to be good enough. Okay, so he's going for that variation where he's potentially giving white an eye there. But yeah, white at this point, white still has something like 8 outside liberties. And if black fills a liberty now, that's going to give white an eye. So the eye plus the 8 liberties makes it more like 9 liberties. And yeah, black's, I think he's just getting ready to resign. It's a pity. But we're running out of things to play. So actually this is a 3-game, okay, he resigned. It's a 3-game set of games. So it's a 3-game match. They're going to play the next game the day after tomorrow. And then the day after that, if they have a 3rd game, there's going to be a 3rd game. So I actually cannot make any promises, but I would like to cover another of the games. I'll see what I can do. So watch my channel. And I will, at the community page, I will post a link if I can make it. If I can do it. That would be the day after tomorrow. So today is a Monday. Oh, wait a second. Today is a Wednesday for me. I'm getting confused here. And it would be a Friday for me. For people in America, it might be I guess it would be a Thursday evening. So yeah, it'll be 2 days from now. Same time, in any case. If it happens. So I'll see what happens. Looks like Shin Jinseo won. Zihao resigned at this point. It was entertaining. I sort of expected it to turn into a semi-eye on the left side when he attacked in the center. So it was sort of at this point, let's see, where black played. At this point where black played there and white curl around, split through the black groups and counterattack, was where we sort of saw it sort of inevitably turning into this final race to capture. It was going to be bad for black. So that's where it turned into that kind of decisive fight. If black had been a bit more, at this point there was probably still ways that black could have made it into an end game, but as people were telling us, and as it looked like, just looking at the game, it was difficult for black. So it was after white lived in the lower right area, I guess it was a difficult game for black in general, and it gradually got worse as black played a bit slowly on the top side in the top right area. So when I say black played slowly, I am agreeing with Julian, I think it was. I'm talking about these maybe this move on the second line, and definitely like the way Black was playing a bit slowly here and did not really get a good attack out of it. It was just Shin Jinseo's expertise in Sawaki, I suppose. But it didn't work out very well for Black, did it? And yeah, so at this point, it is getting difficult to go into an endgame and have any hope to win. And it gradually got worse. At this point, he was heading to the semi. And I was, in this case, I was pretty confident, wasn't I? I was pretty confident. It seemed fairly clear that Black was going to lose the semi or whatever happened. So thank you all for staying to the end. And we'll see if I can make another of this 3-game match. I don't really know. It's sort of going to be last minute maybe, but I'll post it at my YouTube thing, the community page, if I, or Twitter, if I know. So I'll see you then maybe. Thank you all.